Ooh. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're good to go. Welcome everybody. Feels like I'm going to give you a short tutorial on how to build a URL shortener app in Node.js. Yeah. So let's head straight to it. Today we're going to work on setting up the Mongo database, setting up Node.js. Let me check if the music is slightly too loud. I'll get the volume down, and yeah, let me see what we're doing today. So yep, relatively simple. For this tutorial, obviously, you'll need to fulfill some requirements. Some of them are, you should know basics of JavaScript, not necessarily Node.js. I'll try to get into details about how everything is done. You'll have to know how databases work. You'll have to know some Bootstrap basics, like super basic stuff. Something about jQuery. But for jQuery, you just have to have basic understanding of JavaScript, which is super easy. If you want to, you can pick it up on Codecademy. And yeah, today is the first session. We're going to set up the programming environment to develop for Node.js. As we're going to set up the database and set up the backend with its RESTful API. In a sense, we are going to store our data in Mongo database, use Node.js and Node.js as a server-side framework, and Express.js as the RESTful service. And again, today we are building a small app to shorten URLs in Node.js. So let's head straight to the programming environment. Let's have a look at what kind of things do we use for Node.js development. I love to use Sublime Text. So I'll just open it up. There is one of my projects. Let's just create a new file at Sublime. I use usual Sublime Text 3 with two add-ons. First one being material theme. So IDE or programming environment. I'm going to leave you guys with some notes so that you can find links in future when you'll enjoy watching this stream afterwards. So yeah, I'm using Sublime Text. Let's Google that link. But Sublime Text for me just looks ugly. So I added on material theme. Which looks kind of cool. Has a couple of color schemes, but as my main color scheme, I usually use Babel color scheme. I think it should be in Sublime, Preferences, Color Scheme, Babel, and I use Monokai Phoenix. Yeah, I usually use Monokai Phoenix. In order to do that, you'll have to have a package manager installed. Well, in order to install any add-on for your Sublime Text 3, you'll have to install package manager first. And then after you do that, you'll be able to install Babel. Babel is a framework that allows you to that in a sense allows you to convert your ES6 code to any ECMAScript code you need. For example, if you want to support older versions of browsers, you'll have to provide them with older version of JavaScript or ECMAScript, and that's why you usually use Babel. But we'll install. Oh, hello, X-Sky. Oh, IG-Sky. Not sure about how to read your nickname. But yeah, we usually install Babel. Am I doing something wrong, IG-Sky? Maybe I'm not streaming at the right place, but nevertheless, I also use Babel, and whatever you like. All right, but specifically I'm using it for my color scheme, and I'm getting Monokai Phoenix out of it. Obviously, I use Git for my versioning. And for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to create a new GitHub repository, which is going to be called URL Shortener, I suppose. Or we can just call it Shorty. Oh, yeah, I'll call it Shorty. Node.JS app to shorten URL links. And it's going to be public, so that you'll be able to use to have a look at it later on. I'm actually surprised that Shorty hasn't been taken before, but nevertheless. So yeah, those are the tools we are going to use. We're going to put our code on the GitHub. You'll have all the links after today's session, but yeah. Let me know if you'll have any questions in comments. That's essentially what we're going to use. Also, I forgot about the languages. All right, we are going to use npm and Node.js in particular for this project, so you'll have to install it. In order to install it, you just go to nodejs.org/n, or you can use Node Version Manager, which allows you to install whatever version of Node you need. That's the thing we're going to use for our server. And it's installed by running a small script. And after you restart your terminal, you can just do and node or nvm install node, and that's it. Where are you from? I'm from Russia originally, but I live in Canada, so hence the accent and hence some kind of good English patterns. Just, it looks like Ukrainian Russian person. I am Russian person, yeah. I am. Just moved to Canada around 5 years ago. Привет с Украины. Привет, привет. So, Shorty. Let's get straight to it. After you installed nvm, obviously you'll need to install Mongo. And I will not go too deep into how to install Mongo, but yeah, we'll just go to MongoDB and I'll copy and paste the link for you there. For giant ideas. Well, I did experience some issues with MongoDB the other day with scaling it up. Жил в Торонто год. Ты в Ванкувере программистом работаешь на какую-то компанию? Нет, я работаю на себя. Работаю на себя. So that's NVM. У меня куча сервисов. На лайфкодинге я разрабатываю много всего. Например, Bitcoin Lottery недавно закончил. Alright. Then you'll have to use Mongo. For the sake of this tutorial, of course. You don't have to use it in production, though. Have Mongo database, and in a sense, that's all you need to create a server. URL shortener. You have 4 years of experience. Actually more so far. Have around 6 years of experience by now. Should probably change it. But yeah, that's our development stack today. We're going to use Sublime Text 3 as our main IDE with Package Manager, Material Theme, and Babel with Monokai Phoenix color scheme installed. We're going to use NVM to just install Node and Mongo database to install Mongo database. Also, Node comes with Node Package Manager, NPM, which is the place where developers push their libraries, third-party. They push it to GitHub, but that's the collection, the aggregator of all the awesome Node package managers, Node packages, because NPM stands for Node Package Manager. And you can find all kind of stuff here, like localize or any third-party library that's out there for developed for Node.js should be somewhere here. We are going to use some of them today. Let me get you our GitHub URL here, and I'll try to share this file with you on GitHub repository as well as the code after today's session, right? Again, guys, if you'll have any questions during the tutorial, feel free to ask them. I'll try to answer them as soon as I get them. Alright, so GitHub. GitHub repository is going to be at my GitHub/Shorty. Shorty is the name of the project we're building today. Let me close the Node.js documentation at my live stream and material stream as well, and Babel. Let's close them. Have some tea here, so don't be freaked out. I'm drinking tea. Which is non-alcoholic drink, I suppose. Yeah, so we have the GitHub. Let's start to create our project. Oh, I forgot about the terminal I'm using. I'm actually using iTerm2, which is a great tool. It gives you slightly more flexibility rather than the built-in terminal for your macOS. And yeah, I think it's free, so I'll highly encourage you to install it as well. We are going to use it today. And let me get to the desktop here. CD, change directory, pretty easy. You can also drag and drop files to a terminal if you didn't know on macOS. You know Bitly? Yeah, I know that. And that's pretty much what we're building today. Or over the next 3 sessions, including this one. Yeah, we are going to build it. Alright. So we are on desktop. I already installed Express.js, but I like the Google Shortener. Yeah, Google Shortener is great as well. I mean, if you got a great domain name like, I don't know, js.com or js.gs, maybe, Node.js. If you have that kind of domain name, you'd probably be able to put this small application up there. You're going to complete this in 3 sessions. Yep. Oh, what's wrong with that? Because that's a pretty small application. Yeah. Was going to do backend today, frontend on the next session, and deployment on the 3rd session. I could probably extend it towards 4th session when I'll put on some more bootstrap, more sophisticated services, but I mean, this is not a huge server, right? That I'm going to write. Anyways, let me get back to code. So, what logic do URL shorteners use to generate the URL? Given that the URLs they generate are short, which logic is used to maintain the uniqueness of the URLs? Well, it depends. They can use lots of different algorithms. We are going to use one of them today. In a sense, we are just going to search for URLs in our database for the sake of this tutorial, but you may also have algorithms that use timestamp in order to generate URL, so that you will definitely not have any duplicate URLs. But yeah. Also, as I remember, no, I don't think they remove references from older emails. I mean, if we have... Oh, you know what? Maybe we should use emojis in our URL shortener. How about that? Yeah, like URL shortener with emojis. That sounds cool, right? Can we use emojis in our URLs? I mean, something like http google.com/ and emoji here. Oh, yeah, it does work. So whatever, let's use emojis in our URL shortener today. Let me actually change the shortener here to shorty. Let us change the description of this repository then. Where's the description? Can't remember that. Forget about it. We are still going to use emojis today. Fun, right? Okay, so in order to start your first project with Express, you need to get Express installed. So that you know, Express is a server-side framework written in Node.js that allows us to handle connections to our server. In particular, we are going to use it today. It allows us to create RESTful API. Let me add dev stack here, or tech stack maybe. First, we're going to use Node.js. Then we are going to use Express.js. Then we are going to use Mongo database. We aren't going to use Angular, so we are going to use jQuery. We're going to use Bootstrap for our front end, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Express.js is already up there. So in order to install Express, you'll have to use Node Package Manager, install, that's the either. You can also set the flag G, which means global, and you'll install Express globally, which means that you can then use Express like that, like an app in your terminal. Then you create an Express, setting up the name of our application, which is going to be called Shorty. But even better, today we aren't going to use Jade or Pug, which are the HTML templators. In a sense, it's the way to shorten your HTML code, or to import something in it from the outside. So yeah, it's an HTML templator. So you can see that, well, getting started. What about overview? No? Nope. What about the syntax overview? Language reference. So yeah, you can see that you write shorter code and it's converts it to HTML before using it. Sometimes it drastically changes your code, like it makes it very short. But today we are going to use Hogan.js. Hogan.js, which is built by Twitter. And yeah, Hogan.js is just usual HTML with some JavaScript embedded. So we are going to specify that we are going to use Hogan. Otherwise, Express is going to use Pug. Are you self-taught? Yes, I am self-taught. I spent 2 years at university, but it didn't quite work out well for me. I decided that programmers don't need university. So yeah, I specified Hogan as my view engine here, and it's going to use Hogan instead of Pug or Jade. Yeah, just by doing that commands, we created most of the files we need. Easy. Let's create file codes info.md. Yeah, info.md, and let's put it inside the shorty there. Also, because I am going to use because I'm going to create both backend and frontend today, I am going to put them in separate folders. I'm not going to do frontend today, I'm going to do it next session, but we'll put everything inside our backend here. And information is going up here. So we have the info.md. MD stands for Markdown. It's the Markdown language that you can use to format your texts. But yeah, let's change directory to shorty, and let's add our GitHub repository there. We'll just add a GitHub remote through HTTPS. I hope you all guys familiar with Git. If not, ask any questions you want. We should do git init first. Then we git remote add origin, and we can add everything. Git commit message initial commit. Git status. Everything is all right. Cool. Now we can open up Sublime Text and open our application. I'll get my terminal over there. And I'll get to the backend, I suppose. Yeah, I'll get to the backend. Also, I'll create a git ignore, which is the file that's where you can specify what file types you need to ignore. And in my case, I do want to ignore npm modules, which is going to be at backend node modules, I suppose, and frontend node modules. In the backend, we're going to put our server-side code, and on the front end, we're going to put our client-side code, which is the website that you're going to see. I also have 2 quick snippets that I created. I will cover how to do that. You can Google it on the internet. But the one is called commit, that takes a string on the terminal, which essentially does git add dot and git commit message, whatever you provide here. We are going to add git ignore here. I'm going to do git push. Oh, no refs in common and non-specified. Do nothing. Specify a branch such as master. Alright, let's do git push origin master. Cool. Let's do git checkout master. Cool. And now we should have our code here. Yep. Also, let's add a readme, just in case. Shorty. Node.js app to shorten your links with emoji. Let's put an emoji here. And fire here. Shorty. Commit new file. Cool. With emoji. Save. Is there a reason you choose Node.js? Well, it depends, you know. I tried Python, Django, I tried a couple of other frameworks like Ruby on Rails. They didn't quite work out well for me. So I decided to stick to Node.js. And it's worked for me, so I still do Node.js most of the time. But yeah, we got Shorty. Let's pull our changes from the GitHub repository, otherwise we will have commits, git branch. Let's do upstream here to origin master. And we can now do git pull. Cool. So we have readme out there. And info.md. I'll probably format it later on. But today we are going to look into our Express repository. We have views which are error Hogan.js and index Hogan.js. Welcome to title. If you run nodemon, and by the way, that's another info.md, that's another tech stack. Actually, it's an environment. Let me get you a nodemon link. What it does, it allows us to run Node.js application. No, we need to use cd to backend. It allows us to run Node.js application, and it observes changes in files as soon as you change. The files, it restarts the server. Our application is now crashed because we didn't install our Node package manager, our packages for Node. We have a package.json in every single Node.js app that specifies some information for it, and scripts where to start Node, for example. If you do npm run start or npm on Node, npm run start, you'll execute these commands, as well as it gives us dependencies. And in our case, we are going to get rid of some of the dependencies because we are not going to use them on our backend. For example, favicon, we don't need it. That's the icon that is going to appear beside the website URL. Morgan is the logger that, as I recall, it logs all the requests to our terminal. Hogan.js is the HTML templater that gets the Hogan format HTML with mustache, that's how we call it, mustaches, and converts it to plain HTML. Express is the framework we use to handle RESTful API or RESTful requests. Debug is the thing that allows us to write, as I remember. No, we're not going to use debug today, so we'll not cover it. Cookie parser, also we're not going to use it today, because we aren't going to parse any cookies from our RESTful API, but body parser is the thing that allows us to convert the request's body, the RESTful API request body, towards understandable format that we can use. And that's the whole stack of dependencies today. Probably we're going to add some more later on, but for now, that should be good. In order to install all of those dependencies, we'll have to run npm I command. I stands for install. Again, you obtain npm by installing Node with Node version manager, which is nvm. And look at that, it installed all of our dependencies in Node modules. And fortunately, in our git ignore, we ignored Node modules of both parts of our project. Why did we do that? Because every single time you clone a repository, you'd better reinstall all of your dependencies so that you have the latest version of those dependencies. So now if I do git status, it will not track Node modules because I specified in git ignore not to track it. Perfect time to use my commit and push command. It's almost like commit, but it does git push in the end. Commit and push. Let's say I clean package JSON. As you can see, it adds all the files in my repository, uncommitted files, to track on Git, then commits them and push them. Easy. So now, when I installed my dependencies, I can run nodemon, and my application crashed because I couldn't find the module serve fav icon. We'll get to that later. Let's try to see how Node.js app works. Well, we have package.json, and as I already mentioned, script starts our Node application, and that's what nodemon is looking for when it starts the application. Starts node dot at the beginning of your path means this folder /bin/www. So let's open this file up /www. What does it look like? And in a sense, it's just a simple HTTP server, nothing more. Let's go over this file really quick, and I'm going to use ECMAScript 6 most of the time today, so I'll get rid of var. Var is bad. Instead, we are going to use const probably. Yep. So we have const app. App is our application that exists in app.js. Double dot means the previous directory. And app.js is right there. We removed debug, so we are not going to use debug today, and we required HTTP. Require is the way to obtain code from other files. So in a sense, require /app means that we need to obtain whatever is returned in the end of our app.js. One directory app. HTTP allows us to require, if we require HTTP, it allows us to require system module. Just remember that if you specify the path to the module, to the file, it's going to require that file. If you specify just the name of the module that you installed, and HTTP comes with the Express, as I remember, or with Node.js itself. I'm pretty sure it's shipped with Node.js. If you require the module that is shipped with the system, or if it's like an npm, you don't specify the path. Instead, you just specify the name. Instead of, trying to get the port from our environment, instead we'll just hard code the port. Should be good. Yeah. We'll talk about what's up. We'll talk about what is this app dependency slightly later, like in 2 minutes or so. But for now, let's concentrate on our HTTP server. So we got our HTTP dependency, which is used to create a server, HTTP, and we provide the server our app.js. So HTTP server is the guy who is going to handle requests and responses to our RESTful API. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're all familiar with what is RESTful API, right? If you don't know what is RESTful API, stop right now, go on the internet, Google about RESTful API, and then come back. But so far, we are going to create our HTTP server and make it listen on a particular port, which means that as soon as we do nodemon, or as soon as we launch our Node application, if we do any requests to, for example, in this case, localhost at port 3000, we are going to get into our application. The next one is called the design pattern. As I remember, it's called emitter or observing. It doesn't quite matter. The thing is, here you specify server.on, you specify what function should be called on each event, and you specify which event should be called, on which event that function should be called. So in our case, we have an onError function, which is called every single time when server fails at some point. We are going to get rid of this function, so right now you shouldn't do that in production, but we'll get rid of it, because I am pretty confident that my server is going to boot up today. And we'll get rid of error on error statement, because there is no on error function that is going to be called when we receive error event. However, as soon as our server is set up, it's going to send a listening event. And as you can see, we set it up the way that it's going to call on listening function. Well, you know what? I'm actually not using normalize port. We use it to get the port out of the environment variable and normalize it to a string of whatever. And instead of doing this stuff when I check for the port or piping, I'll just do console.info. That's kind of an alternative to console.log. Console.log is generally not a good idea to use in your production code, but you can use console.info, well, anywhere. Not that often though. I use it probably only in this place in my production code. But let's just say that our server is up and running. And let's hardcode on port 3000. Also, I would highly encourage you to use single quotation marks. I don't know, it's just looks cleaner, probably. But yeah, other than that, as soon as we launch our HTTP server with our app.js as a dependency, we are going to console.info, server is up and running on port 3000. We'll also literally just hardcode the port. I don't want to mess with it. So yeah, and that's pretty much it for our first file, www. That's the file that is going to be executed as soon as we launch our Node application, because it's written in package.json. So what happens next? Well, then we are going to go to app.js file, and that's the file that is passed as an argument to create a server, HTTP server. So let's have a look at what happens at app.js. Well, a whole bunch of stuff happens there, believe me. Yeah, app.js is actual logic of our web server. And let's get rid of some stuff here. For example, we aren't using favicon anymore. We aren't using cookie parser anymore. The things we are using are Express, which is our framework to handle requests and send responses through RESTful API. Path, that's the thing that allows us to create file paths. Logger, that's the thing that allows us to log all the requests to file and to the console. And body parser, the thing that allows us to parse the body of every request. Then, after we get all the dependencies installed or requires, we create our Express application. And that's the point where things get interesting. This is the thing that is going to be exported at the very end of the file, which means that that is exactly the thing that is going to create server. Alright, which means that Express is going to be our actual app. Instead of using var, let's use const. Then we set up the view engine, which is Hogan in our case. That's the thing that is going to convert all the Hogan.js files to HTML. And we just require all the views from the views folder, which has error Hogan.js and index Hogan.js. And from the error Hogan.js, let's remove the error stack trace. We don't need it anymore. Also, in our Hogan error.js, let's, instead of using error.status, let's use just status in this case. Then we're getting rid of app icon. Then we say that Morgan should be instantiated with the variable def, and we use it as a middleware in our in our Express application. What is middleware? Express handles requests and responses. The thing is, there is something that happens in between of the request and response. And Express gives us the concept of middleware, which is a sequence of actions that happen between request and response. For every single request, you'll go through a sequence of middlewares, functions, ran one after another, and then you send the response. That is it. And you specify the middlewares, usage of middlewares by doing app.use. So in our case, our Express is going to use logger, which is Morgan, first thing after, after every request and before every response, which will probably log our requests. Then we'll use body parser.json, which is going to parse our arguments from the request. Then it's going to use body parser URL encoded, which is going to parse URL encoded arguments from our request. We are going to get rid of cookie parser. We're not using it. Then it's going to set the static root for whatever static we have here in public. And you know what? I think we can get rid of it. No modules, roots. Yeah, just realized that we don't need two applications here. We can just use Frontend. Whatever. Let's create two applications today, both backend and frontend, so that we can run backend somewhere and from frontend somewhere else. Right? Nah, that sounds stupid. You know what? We'll just do one app today. Let's get everything back on here. We have our fav icon. We are going to use it. However, we aren't going to use debugger, and there is no debugger here, which is great. We'll get rid of serve fav icon for now, because we are going to serve fav icons separately in a different way. But so that you know, we didn't cause much issues here. You can just run npm install save cookie parser, which will install the npm module cookie parsers, the one we got out of our package.json, and it's going to appear at package.json. What else did we take out? We have public, which is great. Error index. Yeah, sounds just right. Can we run node mode now, please? Serve fav icon. We need to get rid of that. We aren't using it. Where do we use it? In module.js. Where do we use our serve fav icon? Oh, all right. So port isn't defined. Server.listen. Well, probably we'll have to keep a reference to our port. Const port. To use it in two places. And when we need to edit it, we'll edit it in one place. So we got our port. We can restart nodemon. Looks like we are already using. Oh no, we cannot use port 300 because it's the system required one, so we'll use port 3000. And it looks like server is up and running. And now we can access our localhost at port 3000. Not data. That's going to be not found. 3000, which is Express. Welcome to Express, the usual template page, the index page that's going to be served at the index root. Alright. So instead of having backend and frontend, we are going to just have the whole app written here. Let's get rid of backend and frontend. Let's get rid of app.js, and that's it. Alright. But today we are going to only do the backend. And as you can see, when I opened my app on the web browser, I have to cd back to the previous folder because that's where our app stays now. Oh, it's in trash. Okay, it shouldn't be in trash. It should be in shorty. Cool. So now if I run my app, you'll see that I received 2 calls to my server. First one is getting the main root of my app, which is 3000 / and the second one is getting style sheets for this page. And we're going to talk about style sheets in the second session. Today we are just going to do the backend. So we have views, we set them up, we have cookie parser now, just in case if we serve cookies, and that's the part of the front end. Then we have express.static, which is, well, public. It exposes public folder, so that we can access any of those files. Style sheets, style.css, any of those files through the URL. And yeah, so let's get going in our app.js. After that, we set up the mechanism which is called routes. This routing mechanism, it kind of leads all the requests to specific files. In our case, we have users root, which is situated in a separate file. Let's open routes. Users, that's the file. To the right, you can see the file that gets required in app.js. And looks like we pass it to our router to use when somebody tries to hit at /users root. So if we do /users here, we are going to get to router.get. Respond with the resource, and that's exactly what's that. We use just routes here, and that's the index file of routes folder. We just renders the index page, almost like index.html, but it renders it through index.js, which is HJS, sorry, which is Hogan.js. And yeah, that's how you redirect the requests from your main URL to separate files. That's it. Yeah, then we're catching 404. So because app.use is the middleware, it means that Express, when it receives a request, it will go over all the middlewares from top to bottom until it hits the middleware that sends a response to whoever requested data. And after Express goes through all the available routes, it will eventually hit the error handler here, which is just creating a new error not found with status 404 and passing it through the next function, and that's the function that we use as a dependency, as an argument in all of our routes. Next basically means continue execution, and in our case we pass an error to the next here. Also we'll get rid of the development error handler. I don't feel like I need it today. We'll just do production error handler right away. If something comes up, we'll see it in our terminal. So if you will ever execute next with an argument, like here, probably it will get to your middleware that handles the requests. And because it's a website, a backend API, just a website, we are going to render the error. That's it. And that's how you use Hogan.js to show data, but we'll cover it in the second session. Today we're covering only backend. So, yep, we can render error, which happens if we, for example, hit a page that doesn't exist. It just gives us not found with message of error. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the part of app.js. So I hope I explained app.js to you. Then we start working with routes, with different routes. And let's lay out our RESTful API that we're going to use here. First of all, we'll need to have a database, some kind of a database, which will probably have links stored in it. Each short link having an actual link where it should point to. So how do we do that? First of all, we need to keep track of all the shortened links we have, which is where MongoDB comes in handy. And in order to explore Mongo database, I use MongoChef. Let me show you MongoChef probably. But I'll also add it to, I think it's called Mongo 3T now. They just renamed it. I think it's free for non-commercial licenses, but I'm not sure about it. Yeah, it's called studio3t.com and I cannot access it for some reason. Weird. Guys, can't you fix it? Whatever. Hope my internet is not down. It's not down. So I'll just say MongoChef or Studio 3T whatever, or MongoChef. That's the thing that allows you to examine your Mongo databases. Yeah, to examine your Mongo databases on the fly. Alright. So we have a Mongo database here laid out. Let me open it up. Have plenty of different routes here that can use for Mongo database, plenty of URLs because I have plenty of projects. But today we're just going to use the localhost one. So in my MongoChef, I'll just connect to localhost Mongo database. Stays at 127.0.0.1. Oh, look at that, my Mongo database isn't running. I'll run it through using sudo mongo to run my Mongo database on sudo user. So now, when my Mongo is running, and Mongo should be running mongo, and we'll cover it in the third session, how to deploy applications so that it restarts when it launches, and so that it restarts on reboot of your Ubuntu server in the third session. But yeah, we'll cover it in the third session. So far, you should just know that your Mongo should be running in order for you to write to it and read from it, from the database. All right. Well, I feel like I need some interface to use my Mongo database. So I'll probably have to consider using a third-party library, ORM, that is going to connect to Mongo. And I tend to use, I'm installing a new package, saving it to package.json. I tend to use Mongoose for that. That's node package that allows us to write and read to and from Mongo database. As easy as that. That's it. And let's create a new folder called models. And that's the place where we are going to keep all of our data models for MongoDB that explain how to store data in Mongo database. So it basically explains what objects we're going to store there with what properties. Okay. Good. After we installed our Mongoose module, let's get to Mongoose website to see how it works. Oh, it's called ODM now. Cool. So we instantiate the Mongoose, we connect the Mongoose, and we can create Mongoose models. I'll use another project of mine as a reference here. I'll use, what should I use? I'll use controller backend project as a reference to see how, how models are written and how to boot up the Mongoose. All right. So we have our app.js, and let's create the first model for our Mongoose. That's going to be called URL. I don't want to call it URL, because URL is one of the reserved words in Node. So let's call it address. Why not? Well, let's give it .js extension. So .js, not .sj. Rename .js. Save it, and I'll just look at my schema. That's how Mongoose schemas look like, and I'll rename it from the invite schema to address, because that's the unique address we're going to use. Address schema. Well, all the Mongoose objects have ID built in. Let me open the Mongo Chef. Every single Mongoose object, Mongo object, has an ID assigned to it, which looks slightly like that. And that's it. That's all it has initially. If you add an option timestamps true, it will also add two more variables to your object, created at and changed at, as I remember, which are of type date. But so far, we need only two properties of our address schema, address object that is going to be stored in database. First one being URL, being original URL, which is going to be a string. And I love to specifically state all the options at every single path at my schemas. So in our case, original URL is going to be of type string and required true. We cannot create an address object without original URL. And let's give it short URL property as well, which is going to be type string and required true. Just like that. So we can now store objects at our database, but not so fast, because we just specified the type of object we can store in Mongo database through Mongoose. We need to use Mongoose now. So what we'll do, because we installed Mongoose's dependency in our project, we can now use it in app.js. We'll close index. And let's boot the Mongoose up. We do it by requiring Mongoose, and then we need to connect it like that. We need to connect it to our database, and our database URL, that's how it connects. I mean, actually it connects through URI, but we'll call it URL anyways. So we need to specify the address for Mongoose, where our Mongo database is situated. You can also specify remote URL or local URL, but it should always start with MongoDB, as I remember. Yeah, I think it's MongoDB, Mongo database, localhost. And let's have a look at where our MongoDB is looking for connections. And so it looks for connections at port 27017, which is the default one. And we need to specify the database name. And in our service here, in the list of databases, they're going to be shorty afterwards. It will not appear there until we write the very first record there. But yeah, so let's do it. Also, Mongoose from latest releases asks us to specify the promise library for the Mongoose. And yeah, we just specify the global.promise, which is the promise library that is used globally. Yep, and then what we do here, we require every single file from the models file, which is just, looping through all the files in folder models and requiring all of them. That's all we do here. Cool, so now Mongoose is set up and running, which means that Mongoose should be able to connect to our database. If we run our application, and look at that, our application crashed because we didn't require the module that we're using here, FS. FS stands for file system, and that's the system framework of Node.js to connect to the file system, to read from files, or to get all the file names from a folder. And as you can see, server is up and running on port 3000, which means that Mongoose successfully connected to the database. If we misspelled something here, like maybe localhost.com, like that, and let's get rid of the port number, our Mongoose would give us an error here, because it would try to connect to localhost.com/shorty, and it would fail. Well, at some point it would fail. I don't want to wait for timeout, so I'll just get everything back here. So now if I save it, Nodemon restarts my application, and we're ready to go. Alright. So let's think about how we're going to structure this thing. We are going to have one post request. You should be familiar with the RESTful API for this course. We will have one Yeah, we'll probably have one root called URLs, and let's actually two roots. First one being the index root, and the second one being URLs. Yeah, like that. Roots. We have the index roots, and instead of doing roots, let's call it index, because I like to call the things by their names. And we'll have root called URLs instead of users. We don't want to have users root. So let's rename users to urls.js. And for now, it will respond with resource. And here, it will mean that all the requests going through /urls will always get to update URLs. And let's get to our URLs then. Let's forget about app.js for now. Obviously we'll need to change the var to const, because that's the requirement of ECMAScript, and function anonymous function declaration to the arrow function. And now if we'll go to our localhost at port 3000/urls, we are going to get the message respond with resource, which we sent here to our response. Let's investigate how does a root look like. Well, root has the URL where it goes to, and a function that takes 3 arguments: request, response, and next. And well, it probably shouldn't return anything, but here's what it does. It can either send something to response. This will send it to whoever requested this request, or you can just do next. Let's try to do next. Let's try to do next without arguments. It will just continue going through the middlewares. Let's actually do next. I'd like to see it. Didn't wait long enough. Yeah, it goes to not found, because afterwards, after we run next, it went to the error handler right away, because that's the very next thing, the very next middleware the express hits. Alright, so we've already set up our environment. We've already set up our Mongo database. Let's now do stuff, right? So what I usually do, I create a folder called helpers, which is where I keep all of my files that keep functions that I don't want to make global or something. And we're going to have a file called db.js, which stands for database.js. That is going to handle all the requests to database, alright? I mean, all of them. And by doing this, we'll require Mongoose. Then, well, we'll need to require all the... Let me have a look at our DB here. Yeah, we'll need to require all the schemas. Let me actually copy and paste it from the database here to the database that we have in our project. Well, we'll probably not need most of those dependencies, but we are going to import the model called address that we created to the left, and we'll create exports module, because that's why we need to create helpers to encapsulate functions like function find address for URL probably. So we'll give it long URL, and it will give us address if it finds one from the database, and we can get that function to exports. And now whoever will require db.js will get this object as the required one, which will have find address function in it. Cool, right? Okay. So we get user. Instead of just getting URLs, let's do post URLs. Instead of URLs, let's actually call it address. Rename. Because, like, why not, right? And in app.js now we need to rename it. URLs to address. Now everything should work. And if we go to address, we'll have infinite loading because we didn't respond with anything. All right, so what do we do on post when we want to post? We will... What do we need to do there? We will post short long URL through body, and we'll do to get the... And by the way, so that you know, we are already building the RESTful API, the very first method. Post that allows us to create new short URL. Const this request will have a couple of required arguments. Well, actually only one, which is going to be const long URL request.body, because it's going to be in body of the request, long URL, and let's call it long URL like that. So now when let's console log long URL, and let's do response send success. Okay, actually true. And finish the response. Finish the request by sending the response. And here's how we use it. In Postman, oh, that's another thing that I'm using here, right? So I need to add it to my info.md. Here. Postman. How to get it? Let's call it Postman REST clients. Get postman.com. It's pretty fancy tool. And inside our Postman, we can now do requests, and we are going to execute this request in particular that we just wrote. It's going to be a post type request because we specified post here instead of get or delete or put, whatever. And we're going to get to http post / localhost 3000, because this is the post 3000 address. Yep, and in our app.js we specify the address, getting into our address. Yay. Cool. And now if we post something, it shouldn't work. I mean, it will work, but long URL is going to be null. Yeah, look at that. It's undefined. It's ugly as hell. PO is undefined because it's going to be response sent. Sent. And now we have success true. So you can see that Postman is the way to simulate RESTful requests. And you use it to simulate the request to address of type post. And as soon as we send the response from our root, it will get to our Postman as a response. So now let's specify long URL. You know what? I think that this route shouldn't work without having long URL. So if there is no long URL, we should probably do response send success false. We should probably add errors here, but I will not go too deep into it. You can use validation for Express or whatever framework you want. So what we'll do here, instead of just returning success true for not having the long URL, we'll return success false now. So we need to have a way to specify our long URL, and we do it through body of our request. Long URL. And it's going to be a JSON. It's going to be, let's say, http://google.com. Let's shorten that out, right? When we send it, you'll get success true. Fun's Games. Hello, how are you doing today? I'm doing some premium tutorials here, right? Let me know if you'll have any questions about this Node.js app. But yeah, so now, as you can see, we received success true because we actually did specify the long URL. And we even logged it in our console here. Oh, sorry. So let's now somehow shorten that URL. Well, we need to do a couple of things here. First of all, we need to generate emoji URL for that. Secondly, we need to check if that URL isn't already in the database. If so, we'll regenerate it and do it again. Then after we succeeded, we need to save that URL to the database. And yeah, that's probably it. We'll save that URL to the database. For later use. So how to do that? Well, we need to do it on the line 11 here. Check if URL is already in the database. If so, just return it. Then we need to check it. Then we need to generate it. If it's not already in the database, we need to check if it's not in the database anymore. And not anymore. If it's still not in database, the generated URL, and then add it here. Yeah, something like that. So let's do it. db.js, address.js. Let's create a new helper. New file. Let's call it URL. Let's call it just shorten.js. And that is going to be the guy that has one function called shorten that takes URL in it. And we have exports, module.exports equals to that only function, shorten. Because that's all we need, right? And let's import it in our address route. Const shorten equals to require. Also, router is going to give us error if we'll use ESLinter, because require should have at least one line break after it. All the requires, the block of requires. And require will specify address.js is in roots. So we need to go one folder up, then go to helpers, and then go to shorten.js. And that's how we do it. Now we go to the shorten file, which is which is the one you can see to the left. Shorten URL. And guess what? It is going to return us a promise. I will not go too deep into promises today. You'll definitely need to Google how they work later on your own. If you don't know how promises work yet, stop this tutorial, pause it, go to the Google, and Google it. How promises work. As soon as you understand how promises work, come back to this tutorial. We'll create a new promise. Shorten URL. That's going to just return a shortened URL. And that's the thing we're going to do here. We have shorten URL, and here we'll shorten. We'll use shorten dot shorten. That is going to be our long URL. And then when we get a result URL, we are going to send it. As easy as that. But if something happens in between, we'll catch an error and we'll just forward it to our error handler, which is the error handler in our app.js. Here, that one. So this error will go into app.use. Unexpected token. I misspelled the arrow here, sorry. And yeah, so let's say our shortened URL always returns us the short URL, right? It always returns us HTTP localhost. Let's add an emoji here. That one. Probably just the fire one. Like that. So let's try the shortened URL. Here. Headers, body, success, address. We post it. We get the body of google.com long URL. Let's try to send it, and we get result URL is not defined. Result URL. And we get our localhost / fire. So we see that our promise, well, kind of works. Shorten does resolve something. But here we actually need to resolve a working URL that is unique in our database. So let's do that. Well, first, we'll probably need to dependencies. Well, first, we'll probably need to have a DB reference here, which is the DB manager that we have. Actually, we have it in the same folder as the shorten, right? So here, DB. Now we're working with the db.js. We'll have a find address method. So again, shorten the URL. How do we shorten it? First, we need to look for it. If there is already such address. If so, we will just return the short URL for that. What we'll do here, we'll try to look for address first. And that's how we do it. We do db dot find address URL. That's the address we are looking for. Then we have the URL that might be there. Let's actually shorten address. Let's call it address here. Find address, address. Then we got the DB address that we found. We either find it or not. So if we find it, DB address, then here we will just return DB address dot long dot short URL, because that's what we need, right? We need short URL. And because this promise returns us short URL, we are able to use it in the next then block. And here we'll already have short URL that we are going to resolve. Yeah, like that. Also, if we catch an error, you have to forward it to reject, because it doesn't quite work if we just return db.find address here for some reason. So we have two functions, resolve and reject our promise. Resolve, when called, will trigger then at shorten, whereas reject will trigger catch at shorten. Reject will trigger the error handler. Then, which is resolve, will trigger response.send result URL. And the first thing we do in shorten, we try to find the address that's already in our database. Here, find address. And if it's in there, which is the one that's returned, we return the short URL that already exists there in our database. If we already shortened the URL, no need to shorten it again, right? And how do you find address? Well, relatively simple. You do address.find1. You can find it all in Mongoose documentation, find one. And here we are providing original URL. So we look up for original URL address. And we will just return this, because this is already a promise. And by doing find address, it will return us the promise, where we can use .then and .catch. Again, the last .then block will resolve our short URL, which we'll get in here. So yeah, we can find address. But what happens if address is not yet there, right? Well, we'll need to generate one. For that sake, I would create a new helper called generator.js. Sorry, a new file called generator.js, which is also going to have exports. Module.exports equals to, and inside exports, we are going to have only one function called generate. Well, actually, you know what? We'll have that function here right away, straight in our exports. This is going to be the function that we return. That probably takes nothing. It just needs to generate random emojis. Let's have a look if we have random generator at Node.js. Node/emoji. Interesting. To install Node emoji, you need Node.js and npm. Emoji come from JS emoji. Returns a random emoji plus key. Search coffee, returns an array of object, emojify, all emoji, get. That's exactly the thing we're looking for. So let's install Node emoji to our module here, to our npm, because we do need random emojis, right? Right. So as soon as we installed it, we can use it. So it's required in our exports, and that's how easy it is to install new modules to your node and how easy it is to use them. Exports. Let's think about how long should our URL be. How many emojis are out there? I'm pretty sure more than 100, which means that we have 100 emojis, and let's say we have 5. Let's say we have 5 emojis and we need to get it to the 100th power. I forgot how to do this. Long time no university. So it's 5 emojis in the power of 100. Thought it was like that. But yeah, whatever. It's a long number of sequences. So what we'll do here, we'll generate 5 emojis. And we'll just return a function consisting of 5 different emojis. Let's create another function here. Let's call it R, stands for random. And that random function is going to just return us a random emoji, which is emoji.random. And then here we're going to have 5 emojis, which will look like that. We have a string prototype and we use the same function 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Okay, so now we have a generator here. So we can generate our emoji, and we need to do const generator. We need to require the dependency here as well. Alright, so if we didn't find the address, we need to generate a new address for it. Let's actually have a base URL here. You know what, generator, let's actually generate the address inside the generator itself. We'll also add dependencies here. Dependencies keyword. And let's create a const called base URL, which is going to be HTTP, in our case localhost, at port 3000. And that is the URL we are going to use as the base of our generator. Oops, sorry. Like that. Cool. So now, generator will generate us a random URL. It's my girlfriend texting me. Sorry, guys. Have to turn on the do not disturb button here, right? Okay. So we need to generate our new address. So let's do it. Const generate new generated address. And that's going to just use generator. Like that. Well, as soon as let's assume that we don't have duplicates. So we'll just resolve. We'll actually return generated address. Let's just return it for now. Let's not save it to the database just yet. So now if we run our node one, we should be able to get a random address every single time. Send. Ooh, you see we have lots of objects, because objects are the things that are going to be returned. Here we need to get that object going. And yes, you can see that we have random emojis here. Cool. Can I put it in my... Yeah, random emojis. 5 random emojis. Just like that. So we created a random address sequence. Right here, right now. Cool. So let's now save it. Why not? Why not saving it? Right? So how to save it? First, we need to figure out... Yeah, let's assume that we never have duplicates, right? Let's assume that. Let's assume that every single time there is unduplicated sequence of emojis. And here we have short URL with catch reject. We'll need to save this generated address to the database, and we'll do it. We'll do function create save address, which is going to get an address, and do const new address. We are creating an object of type address with address object, and we return new address dot save. So we are saving this address to the database. That's how easy it is to use Mongoose to create new objects to a database. And here we will use that method that we're going to put the public interface of our DB. And here, as soon as we generate the address, we are going to do db dot save address, where we need to provide the address that we're going to save. And we need to use original URL and short URL syntax, where our original URL is going to be address at the very top, the one that we get here to shorten, and our short URL is going to be the generated address, the one that we just generated. And as soon as we save our address, which is the then definition here, we'll need to return our promise. Then after that, we'll have to probably resolve it. Then we have db address. We are using the new variable name in order not to get lost between all those addresses. We actually have db address, right? Then let's call it new db address. Let's just call it new address. Then we will return new address dot short URL. So yeah, that's how we did it. So now, as soon as we save the long URL, shortened URL to our database, we will always get the same short URL for the same long URL. Let's try it. So our google.com is shortened to this URL, and if we send this request again, we'll get exactly the same URL every single time. Yeah, just like that. If we do google.ca now, we'll get another random emoji. It looks like Postman doesn't support it. However, it does support. It is supported in Safari. Oh, in Chrome. Yeah. So just like that, guys, we got the long URL. So we just developed one RESTful API method to generate random URLs and save them to database. We'll probably need another URL here, another root. which is going to be get, because we need to be able to get long URL by short URL. So get requests don't have bodies, they have queries. And this is the directly opposite situation here. We have short URL, and we need to get long URLs here. Get a short URL. Here we'll, instead of doing shorten URL, we are going to get a DB here, require helpers DB, which is our database, and our DB is going to have another method. We have find address by the original URL. We'll also have function finds long address, which is going to send short address there. Find long address. Which is going to search through by short URLs. And here we're going to do short here. Yeah. And address in our models has short URL property. Yes, just like that. So we are able to find long address by having short address. And here we'll try to find long address by getting short URL in it, and we'll just return the result URL here. So now, if we create an address for example, for one of my projects, which is https controller.co send, we are going to get a unique address, emoji address here. Let's try to get it inside. It works. And now let's execute this GET request at the address and query is going to have short URL equals to localhost. Short and find long address is not a function. Oh, we use shortened, whereas we should have used db. Yeah, and look at that. We have the original URL and short URL. Actually, let's just return the original URL. So here now, we'll get the original URL. Just like that. Cool, yeah. Huh. What else can we do today in the next 8 minutes? Let's make it work, right? Let's make our URLs work. So we have shortened URL now. And after I shorten my URL, I want to be able to go to that kind of URL, right? Otherwise, what's the point? I want to be able to go there. And I want to be able to go there and redirect myself to controller.co in this case. So let's try it. Let's try it. We have addresses and we have index. Well, every single time we're trying to get short URL, get to long URL. We'll go through this route as well. And let's try to get Node.js get full URL from request. Let's try to get it. How to get the full URL in Express? Probably that's the way to get it. Full URL. Here, you'll get it. Full URL. And by the way, I'm going to use some fancy magic with prototype strings here, because I don't like concatenation anymore. Hosts. And then requests original URL. Just like that. So we have full URL. Here we'll probably get DB as well. Require. It's on index.js in roots, so we'll get out of it. Go to helpers and go to DB manager. And here we'll try to find it. db.find long address by using the short address, which is our full URL. And then if we find long address, we'll need to somehow redirect there. But if there is no long address, well, we'll have to throw some kind of an error. I will just do next, whatever, and we'll return. Else, we'll also do catch. Catch, error, next, error. Just like that. And if we do find the long version of address, we'll need to redirect there. Express, redirect to URL. Just like that. Right hat, 301. As easy as that. So we take the response, you write a header, that's going to be a 301, which is the code of permanent redirect, with location being wow, that's a long way. But location will just be long dot model's address original URL. Just like that. So now we'll be actually able to get to this URL, to get to my controller.co. Sorry. Not found. Ha! Interesting. So why isn't it found? Let's console log full URL. Let's see why wasn't it found. Not found. Oh. We didn't even log it. Because there was no way to get it, right? Huh. Well, probably we should just have ID here, and we could do http / localhost 3000, which is the base URL plus ID. I'll probably do that. Const ID equals to request query ID. Let's try that. Ooh. Undefined. Interesting. Wait a minute, how do we get ID then? Come on. Express router, get ID. Like that. Always forget how to do that. Params. So that. Can't set headers after they are sent. Huh. Oh yeah, it does. The full request. Response.end. Next. Return. Response right hand. Response here. Like that. Yeah, look at that. It worked. It redirected me. Cool. We can actually get rid of this console log. Let's try to boost in some fancy stuff here. Original URL of null. Obviously, because there is no long. And we just do next and return. So we halt the execution of this function, but for some reason, console.log long. Long is null. So if it is null, we go to next and return. How come does it go to res right hand? Console.com, console.log, 1, 2, 3. Let's figure it out. And that's going to be the wrap up of today's tutorial. No, it doesn't go there. It just says cannot read property original URL of something. Find long address. Yeah, whatever. Cannot find the original URL. We'll should debug it. We shall debug it later. Let's try full URL here. Ooh. Full URL doesn't even get in there. Interesting. Oh, short URL, sorry. Address, we get it for 1, 2, 3, 4. Not found. Cool. What about emoji here? Not found. Cool, it works. Okay, it works. It's 404. Let's try to post the localhost, our emoji. Let's put it instead of our emoji here. Why is it not found? Come on. Should be fine. Let's copy the whole URL. Maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, it redirects us. So yeah, we just finished our first part of this tutorial to create emoji redirect URLs. Thank you a lot for watching it, guys. I really appreciate you watching this tutorial, and yeah, let's do a 10 minutes questions and answers section. If you have any questions about the code I wrote today. While we're doing it, I'll try to validate the URL. Oh, valid URL. I mean, it wasn't that hard, right? Was it? Shouldn't be that hard. npm install valid URL. It was good, thanks. You're very welcome. Let's install the validator so that nothing fancy gets into our is HTTP URI. Is the value well formed URI? We'll check for HTTP URI and HTTPS URIs. Actually, you know what? I'll just check if it's URI or not. Let's check that as soon as we create our. So when we post a URI, let's check if it's valid. If not long URL or and actually. And if it's or not valid URL is URI long URL. So just like that, we limited the usage of our application so that only URLs can be shortened with it, not some random text. Yeah. What else? Here we can also do that. Get find long address. Get long URL by short URL. We should have probably used. No, we shouldn't use address here. But other than that, can also put that here. Probably an overkill. So we have an index, get long URL by short URL. We probably don't need this route anymore at all. Yeah, just like that. So we have post address, which allows us to post new long URL to generate short URL for it. And you know what? I feel like doing success through here. And result URL as a result. That might be better, because we don't want to send plain text, we want to send JSON there. Yeah, let's try to shorten a couple more links to see if it actually works. Let's try to shorten, I don't know, facebook.com. Send it. Just shortened the facebook.com. Cool stuff. Let's see if it works. And yeah, it worked. It redirected us to Facebook. Cool. So what's next? Let's send some funky. Oh, look at that. It's valid URI for some reason. Whatever. Let's put some more commas. Alright, it works apparently. Let's just send facebook.com. That should return us false finally. Yes. So guys, that's all for the tutorial today. We just created emoji URL shortener app. Simple one in 2 hours. The next day, on Thursday, actually on Wednesday, we are going to create Frontend for this, and on Friday we're going to deploy it. Thank you a lot, guys. I'll highly appreciate following, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye. And as usual, guys, stay awesome, bros. Alright, guys. Welcome to the second part of our tutorial about how to build a URL shortener. Today we are going to talk about how to create a pretty looking web page, about how to hook it up to backend methods, and we'll talk about web page localization. We're going to keep working with our project out here. Again, I'll tell you what we used in the previous tutorial. In the previous part of this tutorial, we set up Sublime Text 3, package manager for it, material theme, and Babel, which is the package we used Monaco Phoenix out of it. We set up Node version manager, Mongo database. We used iTurn2, NodeMon, Mongo Chef, and Postman to test everything out. Our tech stack, as usual, is going to be a part of main, which stands for MongoDB, Express, and Node. We aren't using Angular here because this is a relatively simple project. Emoji URL shortener. Welcome back. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot, Google. Thank you, Google. And yeah, today we're going to use Bootstrap, jQuery, to set up in an interactive website, hook it up to our backend methods, and make it look pretty, right? Haha, Google is everywhere. Yeah, it is everywhere. All right, just a recap what we did in the previous tutorial. We set up Mongo database. I'll open up Mongo Chef here to explore what we did. We set up a couple of routes, address one and index route. Index route was pretty simple. It just rendered the web page that we're going to build today. It allowed us to redirect a person from URL to the long version of URL that person shortened down. And yeah, what else did we do? We also set up the post method that took a long URL as a parameter, and it got us back the short URL version of our long URL. And again, it was the URL shortener. I'm connecting to my localhost database, Mongo database, which is the one that I run locally. In the third part of the tutorial, we are going to deploy the server to DigitalOcean. We'll use a small third-party continuous integration tool that is going to listen for webhooks from GitHub and redeploy our application every single time we push to master branch. But yeah, looks like it takes a little bit too long to connect to my Mongo database, so I'll put up my Mongo database. I just reboot my my Mac, and that's probably why Mongo wasn't connecting. Hello, Alexi. How are you doing today? Ooh, I don't have MongoDB, but I do have Mongo, which is a daemon for Mongo database. And now I can finally connect to my localhost. And we can see Shorty here. It's a привет X-Guy. Yeah, we can see the Shorty as our database, and we have pretty simple data model here, which was an address data model that has original URL, short URL, and timestamps. Yeah, short URL and original URL. Let's try to get to a short URL and see if it still works. I can remember that shark quite easily. Katy Perry's performance. Oh yeah, love that one. And as you can see, our server still didn't boot up. Oh, I don't have Node at my root directory. I have to change directory to my project one. Library, developer, Nodejs is my ex-company's name. And I think it was called Shorty. So now I can boot up my server there. It works. We'll restart the page and we get to the Google right away. So now if we use our short URLs, it will head straight to Google. How cool is that? And we are going to build a web page around it. I'd say that I'm not quite confident with jQuery and Bootstrap yet, but I still can build simple pages with pretty short amount of code, pretty small amount of code. So I'll show you how to do that today. All right. We have the post methods, we have the get methods, and as you remember, I use Hogan.js as my templater. Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Initially this was the project about just a URL shortener, but yeah, it became slightly better when we added emoji there. I'm going to update the URL there, and maybe I'll do the fourth session about how to publish your app to Product Hunt, to Hacker News, to probably everywhere where I can think of. But so far, let's keep going, and as you know, all the files are available on the github.com/backmeapple/shorty as we develop it. Alright, so far we got our usual template. I think it's at the port 3000. Yeah, an Express template. Nothing fancy. I'll get a smaller window like that, where we're going to develop our small website. Alright. Again, as I mentioned, I have two routes, one being error Hogan.js and the second being index Hogan.js. Let me check my picture quickly. No dropped frames, which is great. Let me know if picture sucks or if sound sucks. But yeah, let's head to it. We have localhost 3000, and every single time when I go to that web page, it makes a request to my web server, specifically to the index route, and it asks that for the main page to be rendered. We're going to change it. What I'll do right now, I'll use one of the pretty cool plugins for Chrome. It's called Live Page. Let me add it to the info.md. Live Page. Let me Google the link to it. I think it's paid, or maybe it's free. Let me see. Can't exactly remember, but yeah, probably it's free. Already added it to Chrome, anyways. Or it's like a $3 subscription for a year. Right? I added live page there. Let me check if this URL is still valid. It's not. Weird. Anyways, so I'm going to use live page here, which is going to constantly refresh this page. As you can see from the console here, it goes crazy. Because what live page does, it essentially refreshes your web page every single time, probably a couple of times a second, and reloads it. And as soon as it sees any changes, it reloads your page on Chrome. Alrighty then. Let's go to our index.hogan.js. What I usually use for... let me get movers away. Let me turn off the animations. Yep. What I usually use for Bootstrap is W3 documentation. It's not kind of a documentation, it's a set of tutorials, but you can always find, it can be kind of a technical reference to all the things you can do with the Bootstrap. And what I'll do here, I'll first get the Bootstrap to my web page. I'm going to get CSS, jQuery, and latest compiled JavaScript of the Bootstrap straight to the head of my HTML. I know it looks kind of dirty, but we're going to build a small service, right? And if I save it, localhost should be refreshed. Let me add something here, and it should appear here as the title. Yes, let me add it here so that you'll see it better. All right. Also, we will be translating our web page to a couple of other languages today, which should be relatively easy. So Bootstrap, in a sense, consists it's a framework, a CSS framework that allows you to build responsive pages easily. It has different classes for different devices for different sizes. Like it has XS, which is extra small for phones, small for tablets, MD, don't know what, maybe medium for desktops, and large for larger desktops. And yeah, you can add, you basically can add those postfixes to your classes if you want some elements to appear or appear differently on some sizes of the devices. All right, so let's start it. What is this thing going to look like? First of all, this service is going to be called Shorty, and we'll put it as a title here. Shorty. Yeah, look at that, we got Shorty as a title. We already imported all the CSS styles, all the Bootstrap styles, and we are going to have a simple page with the name of the service on the top as a Jumbotron, and Jumbotron, or maybe we'll have web page header here. Jumbotron, so that you know, looks like that. So happy to see you back, thank you. So Jumbotron looks like that. Its appearance can be completely modified, but we aren't going to modify it that much today. Also, you can see the page headers. Let's head straight to it, and you'll see that page header looks like that. Simple page header. So let's get one out to our app. Inside our body, we'll start with the page header. I hope you all have some experience with CSS, but if you don't, div are tags in HTML that allow us to probably wrap different elements of our HTML page together. So in our case, we have an element called page header, where we can put whatever we want. So example page header looks like that. Also, I am going to add another class here called text center, which will center our page header. Yes, I do have web experience, but a little. Zaibi Mug. Oh, sorry, I can't quite pronounce your name, but I hope I don't mispronounce it. Can I just call you Zaibi? Or maybe Mugal? I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce your nickname, or if you have a short version of your nickname in comments. But even if you don't have enough experience with web pages, I mean, it is relatively straightforward. We have HTML page consisting of HTML. Over here, you have everything that you need to have inside the HTML tag. Then you have head tags and body tags. Three main parts of your Zaibi is my nickname. Cool. So we have three main parts of our web page, essentially. Head is usually used for system tags like scripts, adding links, adding title of the web page that is going to appear as the title of your web page. And you know what? I already registered a very cool domain name, which is Fire and Unicorn. And I'm going to get Unicorn to the right of our name, like that. I'll probably add it to the left of our. So yeah, I registered domain name. Accidentally closed the Chrome web page. Never mind, I'll open it up again. It's already live. So I registered the web page. I think it is Fire Unicorn.ws. We are going to deploy it later in the third session of our tutorial, but yeah. So we have three main blocks. One main block is HTML that holds all the HTML in your file. Second one is head, which is the system tag, which holds all the system information about all of your dependencies. In our case, it's Bootstrap, JS, jQuery, and the head of your web page. Also, Express already added stylesheet/style CSS after we added jQuery CSS, which means that if whatever we write in our public style sheets, style.css will overwrite Bootstrap. And I don't quite like the. Yeah, I really like the. Let me get that out. I really like how Bootstrap, what fonts Bootstrap uses. So I'm going to use Bootstrap, and I'll remove all the padding from my view because we are going to use system paddings of Bootstrap. Yeah. Also, completely forgot about it, but all the things that you're going to create in Bootstrap should always be surrounded by container block. Either it's going to be liquid container or usual container. Typography. Where are containers? Can't quite see them. Maybe it's in Grid Basic. Container. Nope. Maybe in Get Started. Shouldn't be there. Yeah, it's not there. Let's head straight to the Bootstrap examples. Basically, it's the order of the links that defines which styling will be referred. Isn't it happened like that? Yeah, the order of the links. The order of the links matters, and it does define the styling that is going to be referred. The closer to the bottom your style sheet reference is, the more power it has, which means that all the bottom style sheets are going to overwrite whatever is written in the top ones. Oh, look at that, containers. So we already have containers. So container is the thing you're going to wrap all of your Bootstrap code in. We have a container and a fluid container. And as you can see, container gets your Bootstrap codes positioned better on the page. whereas fluid container positions your elements screen wide. So yeah, the difference between liquid container and container is that liquid container takes the width of your screen, whereas container, well, container is pretty much the thing that's used in most of the websites. And we are going to use container here as well. So we'll just create another class, another div class called container, and we're going to close it right away. Also, I like to keep all of my container classes within the on the same indentation as body. All right, container, and instead of using an example page header, we are going to use shorty word here, and we got shorty word here. As easy as that. Then we are going to deal with the inputs, the forms of our application, and we'll basically need to deal with the interactivity of our web app we're building right now. So in order to do that, I'll head straight to, and by the way, if you want to develop for Bootstrap, it's a good idea to read through all of those sections. They are super short, but they give you lots of information about Bootstrap. And we are looking for forms or text fields or whatever it's called here. Oh, I feel like half of this screen is going to be me just looking through everything here. So we have inputs, and let's head to the first part of inputs. We are going to have something similar to this screen here, but we are going to ask people to insert their URLs here. So we have a shorty on the top, and on the bottom we're going to have this text field. So it's called form group. We have the name, but instead of having labels on the top, we are going to just have a text field on the bottom. Back, guys. Just like that. What if we do it now? We have a small text field here, and let's call it URL to shorten. And it is also going to have class text center. Just like that. Also, I don't quite like how the text field takes lots of space. It's pretty wide on the desktops, especially if you enlarge or widen your web browser, which means that I'll use the grid of provided by Bootstrap. What I'll do, if you're not familiar with the grid of the Bootstrap, it consists of 12 columns, and you can divide them in whatever way you want. We are going to divide our columns in 3 columns of span 4. Probably 2 columns of span 2 and 1 column of span 6. So that it's not 6, 8, so that it goes up to 12 columns. It should always sum up to 12. Where our first 2 columns are going to be just empty. Class, colon. How do we name it? Colon, small, 4, like that. We're going to have 2 here. Then we're going to have 6 more columns or 8 more columns here, and 2 more columns to the right, which will, if you take it, I'll indent my code slightly, which will make our text field to take less space. less than it took before. You can see the separator on the top that goes for the whole wideness of the container, which is not liquid container. And you can see that our URL shortener takes probably around probably around 8/12 of this width. But you know, I don't quite like how URL shortened look like here. So what I'll do instead, I'm going to put it straight to our placeholder. Here, class, form control, type text, ID. ID is going to be URL. Let's do long URL ID. And we're going to have placeholder here. Again, everything is pretty straightforward with Bootstrap, and everything is pretty much self-explanatory. So we have a placeholder URL to shorten. If you save it, you'll see that it now appears in URL to shorten part here. You can set max width of an input box. Oh yeah, sure. You can set max width of the input box. You're right. That's just me acting silly here. But let's stick to columns for now. Because columns are pretty good, as we use the small class here, which means that as soon as it goes to the tablet size, it's going to take 8/12, and as soon as it goes to mobile size, it is going to take all 12 of them. Like that. Shorty. Let's also add another title here. Saying something like, and again, guys, I didn't do anything special. I didn't do anything magical here. I just added Bootstrap. I added a couple of links to the top of my HTML file, to the head, and I'm using it right away. Yet another emoji URL shortener. Let's add it there. Instead of H2, I am going to use H3 probably, so that it doesn't look like too big to me. We got URL to shorten, and we'll have a small button on the bottom. How do we add a button to our inputs? BS forms, Bootstrap forms, email, and the submit button. Let's have a look at how submit button looks like. It goes straight after the checkbox, but within the form. So we'll add it within the form, but after the checkbox. We have type submit, class button, button default. What kind of buttons do we have? Bootstrap button classes. Button default, button primary, button success. I feel like primary is the one we should use here, or probably red one, warning, info, success. Success, we'll use the green one. Should we use the green one? No, we're going to use the primary one. So the button primary. We'll have shorten here, and that's how it will look like. Except for we are going to have small padding over there, and that's where our styles.css comes in handy. We will override the button tag padding top, which is going to be, well, I'd say 20 pixels should be good. No, doesn't work. Yeah, primary is better for functionality like submit. Yeah. Why didn't padding top work? It's a div. Oh, because it's a div. We need to specify the class. Oh, that's the ID. we should specify the class button. Oh, look at that. So we have button, type submit, class button primary, I don't know. Again, I feel that it can be slightly overcomplicated. Or we can just take input here, which is type text class form control. You need to set margin here instead of padding. Ooh, you are so right. Cool. So we got the margin here, margin top from the button. And now when we click button, something can happen. In our case, the shorten action should happen. Let's get rid of the rest of the text here. We will also add a footer to our Bootstrap footer to our web page so that we support localizations later on. You said you need to set the margin. Okay, cool. I already read this. Sticky footer template. We don't need sticky footer template. I am just going to use a usual footer. Now bar example, then when I see it. What about footer examples? Sticky footer, sticky footer. I want a usual footer. All right. Maybe Bootstrap has it here. Footer. No footers. All right. I'll take footer from one of my other applications. I think it's called Bitcoin Draw. We'll go to Frontend, and I'll take the footer where it's container fluid. Yeah, because I like to keep it as container fluid to the bottom. And here we'll have the footer with all the classes. Also, we aren't using icons here, so we'll take that out. We'll add div class text center to keep it centered. Instead of center tag, looks ugly. And we'll save it. So now we kind of have iDeveloper as well. As I beast of stupid question. I'm a developer from Mars. Wow. So yeah, we added a couple of translations here, and for translations we are going to use i18n module here, i18n module, and we'll install it right away. i18n/-express module. That's the one that's going to first pick up all the headers from the browser and set up the right locale for all the users who download our web page, as well as it is going to add things like /clang equals to ru, for example, that will get us the Russian locale. Shorty, yet another emoji URL shortener. So we'll have a URL to shorten, and I'll probably div center like that. I will probably hide some of it as soon as we shorten the URL, or I will get it back. What's wrong with my divs? Container fluid, like that. Page footer, and I'll unindent my body tag back, as well as head tag, because I don't quite see the need in having the empty spaces everywhere. So yeah, that's how our simple web page looks like. We built it in like 20 minutes. I've been explaining you stuff for the first 20 minutes about what we did in the previous tutorial, but we built a simple app in 20 minutes. A simple web page with Bootstrap that's completely that is completely responsive. It looks well on your phone as well as on your desktop. Alrighty then, now we need to make this shorten button to do something, right? Let me think of how we can do it. I'll actually open my Bitcoin project again, just because I used. Just because I defined how I use my buttons here. And here we are going to have a button. Here, button default, that has an ID, like that. So we'll take that ID here. We'll call our button, we'll call its ID to be, well, probably shorten button. Yeah, CSS has classes and IDs. The only difference is that classes can be both can be modified in CSS, but classes can be used by multiple elements on your web page, whereas IDs should be in one instance. So that if we write ID shorten button, there will only be one button that is going to be shortened. That is going to be called shorten. Also, I am going to add another script here. Another JavaScript script, which is going to be our jQuery, src, and I'll just close this tag. And this src is going to point at JavaScript. We need to create script file here. Let's call it scripts.js. We'll save it. We'll get it to the right, so that we have HTML to the left and scripts to the right. So it's situated as in JavaScripts /scripts.js, like that. And bottle type defines what action should be taken. Well, that's right. In our case, it's submit. Sure, what action should be taken. But what I'll do here, I'll do it slightly less elegant. Like that. And I'll start with the template of my jQuery. Date winners gets end. We have our small jQuery here. jQuery needs to start listening to all the actions and needs to start executing all the scripts in it as soon as you finally load your web page. That's how jQuery works, at least. Which happens inside the block of the main jQuery function. Before, we could use HTML ready function, but right now we are using just this definition of the function. And by the way, as I remember, we aren't quite able to use ECMAScript 6 here because this JavaScript is going to be run by browsers, and some browsers still don't support ECMAScript 6. I could use something like Babel to transcribe my code from ES6 down to ES5 or even ES4, as I remember, but I just decided to stick with old school JavaScript with my jQuery for the sake of this exercise, so that we don't spend too much time on getting our environment right. Alright, so we'll have our participants button, and we aren't going to do anything on our key app. I use it on one of my websites so that a search happens every single time. Every single time we click the button. And here we are going to grab a button which is our shorten button. And we are going to listen on the click actions here. So as soon as somebody clicks shorten button, we are going to receive a call to our function here, which can take an event. This is called event listeners, if you want to know. But we aren't using events. We'll just get whatever is written inside our ID shorten button. Oh, you know, we'll do key up here. Why not? Yes, event listeners handlers. Yeah, we'll do key up here. I'm not that good at front-end side of things, but I am pretty good at the backend. So yep, instead of search participants, we are going to call it shorten URL, and whereas here we are going to have a function called wallet URL. You know what, we are not going to listen to key up. What I wanted to do is to check the URL every single time somebody types in something here. But I don't want to do that. We'll just check the URL to shorten as soon as we click the shorten button. By the way, Bootstrap comes in with those text fields that have messages on the below them, but we are going to use small decoration style label below our text fields. Alright, so we have shorten button, and as soon as somebody clicks shorten button, we are going to receive a call to our shorten URL function. We'll have the query here. We'll call it shorten. We'll call it long URL. It's already up there. Long URL. How would you know if the input URL is correct or not? Well, we'll check it as soon as somebody clicks the button, because it will send the request to our index root here, somewhere here, index root. That is going to either return us an error or successful result. And we're going to display it there. We should also be able to hide and show our elements. And as I remember here, they had some stuff like that, like the media objects, popover, scroll spy, input sizing. I think they had a place where they hid elements. Yeah, but whatever. We'll get to that later. So as soon as somebody clicks that button, for now let's keep it simple. Let's get the query of the text field, whatever is up there, and as soon as somebody clicks it, we are going to send a call, which is going to be a get response, a get request. Is it going to be a get request or not? We have get at ID, and we'll also have address. So we'll have address, URL that we developed yesterday. Maybe you are talking about accordion. No, I don't think it was accordion. It's just hiding or showing HTML elements, hiding or showing divs. We'll get to that eventually. But so far, I just want to make it work so that we make requests to our servers, to our server, and we get the shortened URL there. So we'll do it through address, and that is going to be a post request. With the function data and status. Alright, jQuery, post request, body. I just want to see how to add JSON body to our request. IX JSON stringify data. So it has a data. Oh, we aren't using IX here. We're using jQuery right away. Well, that's kind of a part of IX. It's a jQuery IX. So jQuery post request. Let's have a look at how it looks like. jQuery post. Cool. We'll open it up. Oh, post function jQuery post, and here's how we do it. We add optional arguments there. So we'll have jQuery post URL data success callback and data type. Success is the callback that takes data, text status, and jQuery XHR. We are going to stick to our data because we need to send some data to it, right? So we'll have three parts of it. We'll have address, which is the URL where we are posting. We'll have body, which needs to have long URL, which is going to be query. Let's just call it long URL. Like that. You know what? Let's keep things consistent. We'll do long URL and shorten URL here with lowercase URL. And we'll do shorten URL every single time when we click the button. So what we do here, we obtain whatever is written in the text field. Then we make a post request through jQuery, through Ajax in a sense, to /address with parameter long URL. And if everything is all right and we have status success, we'll just console.log data dot result. Yeah, data dot result. Like that. In order to open up, in order to see whatever. Oh, look at that. For some reason, our button is getting up there again. So again, why does it stick to the top as soon as we, well, apparently it doesn't. It was just a small bug there. Also, let's get rid of fav icon. Alright, we don't have any fav icons here. Let's make a fav icon, right? We'll open up a sketch file here, and I'll show you how to add fav icons to your websites. Probably in a dirty way, but it works. And if it works, you know, if it works, you shouldn't try to fix it. We'll just add a fire emoji there. Let's give it slightly bigger size, probably 350, like that. Center it. Feels way centered like that. Okay, and we'll just export it. Export artboard, desktop. You know what? I don't like it. Fire emoji SVG. I want to get the SVG there. Images. That looks like that SVG file. We'll open it up. Is it SVG? View image? It is PNG. We don't need PNG. We'll stick to that anyways. Export artboard, desktop, logo. What we'll do next, we will open up favicon generator. Cool website that generates favicons for you. Pretty bad web design, but still works. Desktop, logo.png. How does it look like? Does it look super pixelized? And does. But nobody is going to notice that. Unless you guys tell them. Close it. So we'll download the generated favicon. And we are going to put all of those metas in our header file as well. Yeah, it looks dirty. We should have used templates here. We'll probably do that later on when we'll push to production. Or we won't. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, we'll open Finder. It's going to be in Downloads folder. We are going to get all of those images straight to, well, straight to our public. Developer, Borodach, Shorty, public, and let's create a new folder here, call it icon, and let's put everything in icon folder. So what we'll do here, we will select this slash like that. Let's do it again. I almost mess it up. Name, theme color, title image, and that should be it. We'll just add icon folder here, and we should be good. Did you close that web page? No, I did. Sorry for that, guys. We'll go to localhost again, port 3000. And now we do have our favicon. Cool, it's right on the top. And yeah, we don't get any bad requests there. So as soon as I'll open up my console, and you can always get your console through help and console or through your command option J key shortcut. As soon as we write a URL, let's do nikita.com. As soon as you click shorten, it should log whatever is logged in. Whatever we receive from the result. So let's just say we console log result. What's up? We reload it. We do HTTP google.com. I'll copy that. We'll shorten it. Success false. For some reason http://google.com didn't work. So let's see why. Let's console log long URL so that we see why it doesn't work. Connection refused, obviously. Restart already. HTTP google.com. Shorten. So we do get google.com here, but for some reason when we are trying to log it, we have success false. Let's see why. Let me boot up Postman and we'll do request. Why do we have success false? Interesting. We'll get to our index root. We have success false only if something goes terribly wrong in our helpers database manager. Nope. In our index roots. In our address route. So we send success false if there is no long URL. I'll stop my live page here for a second, because we'll need to see the terminal. Relaunch the page. And I want to see if we are actually sending. Why does it keep doing that? Probably because I have my development tools opened. Nope, that's the live page. Doing crazy stuff here. What about now? Still. Let's close it. Run nodemon again. Nah, it's still doing it. Why? Let's open up a new Chrome window. Yeah, so live page still works here. We don't want live page to be constantly pinging our root here. But nevertheless, you know what? We'll turn off Morgan here. Hope it helps. Yeah, it does help. We turned off the logger that was logging every single request to our console, and here I just want to print the long URL to our console. If it's actually getting transferred, it's undefined. Look at that. So request body, because it's called long URL with the underscore. Wow. What about now? We need to restart our browser, and now it works. Finally, we got it working. So we can get back to our scripts here, and we can open up our development tools. Why does it look so tiny? I don't know. Let me turn on the live page again, because we can use it now. Weird. Never mind then. So what we'll do here, we'll log whatever response is getting back from the server. And now if we'll do http://google.com, it should return us shortened URL, and it should always be the same shortened URL. How about that? So the only thing left now is to display that shortened URL up there, and probably embed it in a link. Yeah, we'll be able to embed it in a link and get a back button, like shorten another URL. Something like that. Alright. So how do we do that? We shorten it down. What's next? As soon as we shorten it, we need to hide some elements. We will probably disable shorten button. So we'll go to Bootstrap, disable button, also we'll do jQuery, modify style, actually class of the element, of an element. How to change class name of an element by jQuery. Add class or remove class. Cool, it's as easy as that. And our button here also can be disabled, right? What about disabled, active or disabled buttons? We have class active, makes a button appear pressed, and disabled. So we'll add a class disabled while we are doing our request. Get the shorten button dot add class disabled, like that, and we added like add class, and then we have remove class. So we'll do add class disabled. Then we have Bootstrap, hide element class, hide div probably. Class hidden. As easy as that. So now we're able to hide our elements. What I'll do here, we'll have a div class below our text field. We'll get here we'll need to hide our form group class and ID. Let's give it an ID called shorten input. And we'll also have a div with an ID called, I don't know, output, like that. And we'll just close that div. And here in the output, we are going to get our result done. Always forget to put do not disturb on. We'll have outputs, and here we are going to display the outputs, the result in URL. So we'll use h1, probably a h1. Let's do http://localhost 3000 slash I don't know, http localhost 3000 slash whatever emojis that we have there, like that. And it's going to close our h1. Let's update it. We'll have it right here. All right, I can see what they did there. Let's take that above our container, above our columns here. So now we should have it on the top, and here div class container. Let's just put text center everywhere. We don't need to put it in multiple places, right? What about now? Now it's going to be localhost with emojis. Coolio. What else should we do? We'll probably be able to add an h2 here. Your link is ready. And we'll close the h2. Probably it's going to be h3 because h2 is too big with Bootstrap. Like that. Your link is ready. All right. We'll get this h1 to be h1 with ID, result, URL. And we're going to change that to whatever URL is out there. Yeah. And this output should have class hidden by default. If we do that, it's going to be hidden until we click shorten. What we'll do here, as soon as we click shorten, it's going to add class disabled to shorten button. But then, when everything is all right, we'll remove class disabled from our shorten button. It will enable it again. And then, if everything is all right, we are going to get a reference to the shorten input and add class disabled, actually hidden here, whereas we are going to get the reference to add class hidden. We are going to get the reference to the output, which should also be called shorten output, just in case. Shorten output, and we remove class hidden. And then we are going to get the result URL. We're going to clean it. And then we are going to append jQuery clean clear div. About that, so that's empty here. jQuery append text and append here. Append, and that is going to append whatever is inside data.result. Data.result, yep. Like that. And here we should probably also check if data.success is true. Then we do all this. Else we do something else. Just like that. Okay. So invalid or unexpected token. Scripts.js 17. Wow. So what's wrong with it? Invalid or unexpected token. Oh, come on. Need to use $signs here. So yeah, in a sense, if you'll use HTTP slash google dot, I don't know, let's do ru. If I shorten it, ooh, should have hidden everything here, but it didn't. Why? Because success might not be true. It might be, well, it is true. If data success, interesting. Let's do if data error, then we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll do the result. http google.com shorten. Still didn't work. But why? Whew. Oh, status is success. We are doing something to the top, not here. So we'll get it inside there. We'll save it. It reloads. We'll do http google.com again. We'll shorten it. And yeah, our link is ready. And we are going to use h2 here, because h1 is slightly too big for us. Yeah, our link is ready. Just like that. Also, I think we could probably add it to href as a link so that we are able to click it right away. Your link is ready. Let's also add an HR before our container fluid. That's a self-closing tag. Like that. We have shorten. As soon as we shorten something, it will show us the link. Then we are going to add another button. Just going to be success button, probably. Button success. In our button ready, button success here. Shorten another link. Like that. So if you shorten a URL, you'll have shorten another link button here. I don't quite like how close it is to the text on the top. Shorten it. We got our link. And let's get a shorten another link button and action. Something like function reset UI. We are going to use it on reset button ID, and we're going to call reset UI on it. And here we are going to add an ID to our shorten another link. ID equals to reset button, probably. And here we'll do completely opposite. We are going to remove class hidden from our shorten input. We are going to empty it. Then to the shorten output, we are going to add class hidden. And that is pretty much it. So after we shorten our URL, we are able to shorten another link. Oh, look at that. Didn't quite work well, right? Shorten output, remove class hidden, shorten input. Why didn't it work? Remove class hidden from the shortened input. Oh, because we empty the whole thing here, whereas we should only empty the long URL here. Let's try that. Now if we shorten our URL, we get the shortened URL. When we shorten our another link, it should clear this field, but it didn't. You're a good teacher. Yeah, I know. As soon as I don't get stuck on something. Alright, why didn't it remove the text out of the text field? We'll have a shorten button, we have placeholder. Oh, no way. We added another ID here. Accidentally. By accident. Yeah, that should work now. We shorten the URL. We get back and it's still not empty. Alright. Input, maybe we should, so bootstrap, input, clear. Maybe we should have a different way to clear a search box. Oh, .val, and we should specify it an empty value. Alright, so that looks way better. So if you try it now, we'll get a shortened URL that, by the way, is accessible right now. You can use it. And we shorten another link. And we have URL to shorten. And that is it. That is it, guys. We got it. The only thing that's left right now is to work with errors. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Then we'll do some more stuff on the front end today. Well, what else did we want to do today? I had a curriculum here. How to create a URL shortener in Node.js. Oh, yeah, life adds user interface became slightly overcomplicated. Had to click 3 times to get to the project. Can I click pause? I can. So we are creating a pretty looking web page, hooking it up to backend methods. That's what we did. We created a pretty looking web page. We hooked it up to backend methods to create URLs. We are going to get the errors coming up if we need to, if we have to right now, and then we'll head straight to the web page localization. And today I'm going to localize it to, well, probably English and Russian, because I know only English and Russian, unfortunately. So shorty, yet another emoji URL shortener. I'll get rid of all the languages that I don't know. Sorry. Don't know many languages. But yeah, we got shorty, yet another emoji URL shortener. We got the URL to shorten. We need to work with errors now, if errors come up. So in our address route, instead of just sending success false, we are going to also send error here. Please provide a valid URL. Like that. And if there is an error, instead of doing all those things, we are going to... Well, you know what? We'll use Bootstrap built-in text. It was in typography, I suppose. And there is a built-in text for errors, like that. Danger. Nope. Nope. Bootstrap input add error. Mark error in form using Bootstrap. Ooh. Please correct error. Help. So span class warning inline. Okay. So we'll use span class input error. Please correct the error. How can be added? Let's add that class there to our inputs. Input is right there, below the text here. Class help inline. Let's see how it looks like. Please correct the error. Class error, maybe? Nope. Warning? Nope. All right. Official documentation. Cool. Typography and links. Examples. Input with error. Form group has error. Type, text, ID, input error. That should work. Nope. That should be different. We should have label below it. So how can we add a label below the input? Beneath it. Validation state. All right, we'll put it on the top. Whatever. Nobody cares, right? So, has error. Form group has error. Let's add it there. Form group has error. Save it. Everything is with error now. Like that. So we have an error here. All right. Has error. Control label. That's how it looks like. Right there. I shouldn't use it as a text sensor, right? Well, anyways, it should work. For long URL, like that. What? Why did it get out? Form group has error. Oh, because I removed the text. All right, so we'll just add an error message here, and we'll also add a class hidden, and we'll remove the class has error by default. And if something is wrong, we are going to we add the class disabled. We remove the class disabled to the button, and then we get the ID of our form group, which is shorten input. And if status has error, we are going to access it. Shorten input, add class, and the class is going to be called add has error. Add class has error, like that. Then we are going to get the ID of the long URL error. It's a label. Should have called it label, but nobody cares. Anyways, we'll remove class hidden. We will also clean whatever is inside it. We'll probably just set a value to it. Whatever is sent in data error, like that. And here we will not even do that. We'll just add has error class there. Also, from shorten input, as soon as we start our new button, we should remove has error class and hide our long URL error as appropriately, like that. So we save it, relaunch our web page, but it has error by default, right? I should remove it. Form group, shorten input, control label hidden, form control, long URL. Like that. So if I provide wrong URL, interesting. So if we provide wrong URL, it should give us data.error. Let's alert data.error. If something goes wrong, please provide a valid URL, which means that it works. So we add a class to shorten input here. Then we remove the class hidden from long URL error, and we add value data error. Maybe you should add text, like that. Just works like magic. Shorten not link 1, 2, 3, 4, and it just doesn't work. It falls back here, but for some reason doesn't quite work like we want it to work. That's because I forgot to put hashtag here. Dash. Probably well here. restart it. Now if I provide invalid URL, it should show me that. I'll probably should do text. Yeah, just like that. And if you provide a valid URL, shorten, it works. Shorten another link. Ooh, please provide URL. We need to reset our URL, our web page as well. Just like that. Shorten input, remove class has error, and we hide our error message. 1, 2, 3, http nikita.com, shorten, your link is ready, and it didn't work. Wow. That's because we forgot to put dash hashtag again. Just like that. Relaunch it. 1, 2, 3. Please provide a valid URL. http nikita.com.om. Shorten another link. 1, 2, 3. Works. Shorten. My link is ready. Cool. So we got it going in like an hour and 20 minutes. We got our front end ready. The only thing left is to... The only thing left will be to add localization to our web page, which is very easy. So let's do it. We got shorten, English, Russian. Smile of success. Yeah. Shorten another link, and we are able to shorten it with Shorty application. Alright. So we need to add localization here. The last part of our tutorial. We're using Node.js, which is going to get in handy later on, because we are going to use some templates here. What I'll do, I'll bring up the reference of I18 and Express npm module, because I can never remember how to use it. I just look it up. That's how we require it. That's how we use it. Let's use it. In app.js, we'll require it. We'll use it eventually. Since we got our app, we'll create an instance with options like that. And options are, well, usually I get my I18 translations to separate file, but, well, you can just use the ones that are right here, so we don't have to provide any options at all, except for the site lengths. It just defaults to only English, and I want to have Russian as well. Like that. English and Russian. Also, we'll have to create a new file, well, probably a new folder, I18n, and we'll have to put n.json as well as root.json in it. For each locale, you'll create a separate JSON file. And you essentially just put whatever you want there. Let's get title, which is going to be shorty, and let's translate that first. I'll actually translate it to Russian right away. Like that. And then, because we use Hogan.js, we can use that. And all translations go to either text or to whatever you set it up to use. And we'll just put it to our title pages. And now we can get to our, something went wrong. Cannot find module i18n/n.json. Well, why can't it find it? Weird. It's right there. Like seriously, it's right there. Well, probably we'll have to set up the dir name. How about now? And it works. Cannot use in operator to search for ulang in undefined. This is exceptionally weird. So we got I18, and how do I do it? How do I do it in my Bitcoin app? Every single time when I develop something, I'm like, how do I do it in that other app I developed? Same. I did it exactly the same way. Why? Why do you do that to me? Alright. Let's just take that here. Didn't change nothing. Let's save it. It restarts. We reload. Cannot use in operator in search. To search. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I need to do something else, like maybe the JSON should be different. No, it's the same. Weird. If I remove that. In undefined. I18n. Acquire the module. Use here. A class. Welcome message. Like this JSON. Let's put it inside here. Let's reload our page. Still. Cannot use in operator to search for ulang in undefined. Wow. That is weird, isn't it? Let's Google this error. Let's see why it doesn't work. Because that's what we do, developers. We Google. If you're using it on a string, make sure your value is an object before using each. So are they saying it is an object? It is an object. I actually use the same object as they provided us with. So let's leave it with only n now. Like that. Yes, no, hello. Right, so it doesn't work. Why? Why doesn't it work? i18n express. What if I remove i18n? It will say that cannot get the end.json. Now it can get end.json, but for some reason it cannot use in operator to search for ulang in undefined. Site lengths, translation path, browser enable, param language, site language, text word name. Oh, doing the same thing I did before. It just doesn't work. What if I remove the app use? It should work, right? Yeah. So let's Google i18n express in operator cannot use in operator. Issues. i18 node 2, I don't need that. I need specifically this express module because I've been working with it a lot. Usage, we use it. Example, we require it, we use it. Maybe I should specify the text parse name. I don't know. Am I doing something wrong? Weird. Firebase is not the thing I'm looking for. Use strict option in package.json. What? I don't want to use strict in this case. Feel so embarrassed right now. It should have been such an easy job to just turn on the languages. Site lengths, en, es. What if I do that? It shouldn't make any difference. It doesn't. Directory name i18n. Reveal and Finder. Maybe I misspelled i18n? Oh, no, I don't think so. Maybe I did something wrong in my JSON file. It shouldn't matter because in end.json I didn't change anything system. What? Ooh, that's why most of the tutorials are pre-recorded, guys. Because for some reason, small issue can come up and mess up the whole tutorial. Fortunately, we finished everything so far, except for localization. And localization should have been so simple here. And in fact, it is simple. We just need to figure out why it doesn't work. Maybe I didn't install that module. Let's try it again. No, I did. It's the nodemon. Maybe I had to restart my nodemon manually. Nope. Nope. Or maybe I need to do it after I load my views. Nope. before I do my roots, like right before. Oh, because it uses cookies. It needs to get all the things parsed beforehand. Yes. Oh god. The thing that wasn't working is we didn't parse body and we didn't parse cookies prior to using the translations, and now we can finally use translations, and now we can finally do N and Russian, and we can go to Russian, we can change title, we can do title here, which is going to be shorty, probably. And now in index.js we can do shorty in both titles, we can restart our app, we get sorty, sort of. Let's get to end.json, we'll call it shorty. We'll restart our app, and when we go to Russian, it will give us Russian localization. And it will also pick up the localization out of the browser. So for Russian audience, it will always be Russian. Alright? Yet another emoji URL shortener. Okay then. Well, let's continue implementing this pattern. We'll get texts here. We'll get subtitle. We'll call it subtitle. Because that's subtitle. That's what it is. Yet another emoji URL shortener. What else do we have here? Ready phrase. Ready. Let's just call it ready. What else? Shorten another link. Let's call it text dot shorten another button. Another button. What else? Shorten, that's going to be a shorten button. What else? And that's basically it. In our Russian.json, we'll just translate it. Shorty. We get another shortener. Let's go full Russian here. Your link is ready. And shorten. Another link and shorten. Just like that. We refresh our page. And we can go full Russian here. Oh, URL to shorten. We'll just call it placeholder. Ссылка на укорачивание. Like that. Placeholder in end.json as well. And again, as you can see, it's all super simple. Super simple. We'll get the placeholder here, and we'll get it inside our placeholder. Texts dot something placeholder. Save everything. Relaunch it. Sup? Ooh. That's weird. Looks like it doesn't work with the placeholders that well. Huh. Huh. So maybe we can do that anyways? I don't know. Let's try it. Yeah. It works like that. So, yep. That's it, guys. Ready front-end with localization, with adaptive interface. Works on all the devices. And that's it. Let's now implement functionality click to copy to the clipboard. jQuery click to copy to clipboard. Interesting emojis. Well, I'm pretty sure we'll have to limit the emojis, but I don't know. What about that? Has to have a URL scheme. Clipboard.js. Copy to clipboard with Flash. Click button to copy to clipboard using jQuery. Whoa, that's too long. Install Bower. Obviously, we'll have to use Bower, right? But I don't want to use Bower. I just want to copy to the clipboard. Yeah, that looks way better. That looks way better. Execute command copy. What? Copy to clipboard, element ID. Remove child, execute command. What command is that? Yeah, so it says document, execute command copy. To the message needs to be a selectable element. Oh, so I see. So it should be fairly easy, guys. It should be fairly easy. Span. Let's do that. Span. Bootstrap. Success. Bootstrap badges and labels. Span is the label. I want to have a success label. Or success span, whatever. Typography. Background. I don't want background. Just want bootstrap. Success. Text. Oh, it's the same page, isn't it? Success, success. I don't want to alert. Just want to have a small success. Let's add another button there. Submit, text shorten another button. Let's add another one here. Let's call it copy, like that. Copy. Copy to clipboard. Here we're going to do it's in Russian. I'll just say copy. Well, copy to clipboard should be good. Copy, save it, rerun it. Get it button, shorten. That one should be default or primary. Whoa. That looks even worse now. I need one on top of it, on top of another. How do I do that? Have text, submit button, type button, class. I have ID buttons everywhere, so that should be copy button. What about that? No. Buttons. I'll go there. We'll see if it can be not inlined. Yeah, like that, like the block button. Okay, bootstrap button on top of another button, because it looks like they're going inline. This fiddle. Okay, that's not the right one. This fiddle. Okay, so how do I do that? Class button, hover, active. Oh yeah, display block. Sure, I can do that. I'm just going to the public style CSS. Have you done any university in Vancouver or something? I mean, how you moved there? Sorry for not related question. Actually wrote a couple of articles on Habra about that. Now it's Mega Mosque, and yeah, like 3 or 4 of them. I'll be able to give you links later on. You can just take my nickname on live ads and get it to Habra or Mega Mosque, and it'll be right there. Block button. I have around 3 or 4 articles about how I got here. What about that now? Let's restart it. HTTP and .n. Oh, That does look ugly as hell, does it? So how can we put it on top of each other? We'll have to give it a padding, right? Or margin. Wow. What about that? Let's not hide it initially. Let's make 15 pixels padding. And let's put it on center. CSS center button. Button center. Float left. Should be text align center. Interesting. Will it work? I don't know. It will not work, apparently. Oh, we should do margin 0 auto. Sure. Margin auto should fix it. Yeah. I will do 30 pixels. Just like that. Yep. Just like that. And as soon as we do, so we'll do another jQuery element here, which is going to be there's result URL, and as soon as we click it, we'll copy result. And we'll also have a function called copy result. And here we're going to get a reference to this element. Dots executes action something, execute command copy. I feel like that should work. Also, as soon as we click button called how's that called? Copy button. That should work as well. Click copy result. What about now? Nope. It didn't work. So message get element by ID. Dot value. Message dot select. What about now? Oh, all right, almost. Value? Should we set value? Get element by ID message. Doesn't work. Oh. Copy to clipboard. Get value. So we got create element inputs, celebrate value, element ID, body upon child, aux select, execute command. Run this code snippet. Search, search, copy. Item 2. Yeah, it does work. Copy. Item 3. Huh. So button search, value search on click, get value. So it gets value on click, and get value does it creates an array, but that's the search. But on click we are going to copy to clipboard message. Okay, so we get element by ID message dot inner HTML what jQuery copy to clipboard. Let's see. Document execute commands. We'll get element by ID. Create range. What? Oh, yeah, so jQuery. Whew, finally. On click, we are going to target datasets, find target element, is element selectable, select text, which is document query selector, C, try, select text, document, execute command, copy. I'm doing the same way, the same thing, and I select it as well. Selecting the result URL. Huh. Wait a minute, I alert, right? And I don't get any alerts here. Because I'm not doing it. Copy result here. On click. Ooh. That was super bad, sorry for that, guys. So that should now work. Item 3. Doesn't work. Let's get alert back here. Because as soon as we copy the results, I want to see an alert. Copy button. Okay. ID. Copy button. Text copy. Type button. As soon as copy button gets clicked, it should do copy results. Let's do alert. Hi. Doesn't work. But why? Copy button. On click, it should do copy results. Let's do an empty function then. Alert. Hello. Just doesn't work. ID, copy button, type button, button primary, block button. What if I remove block button from here? What if that is the thing that's breaking stuff? I'll be so disappointed. No. Shorten another link stopped working as well. This is so weird. Let's do that. Let's remove another button, shorten another link. Probably we messed it up because class here isn't hidden. Let's try that. Okay. URL to shorten. Shorten. Buttons just stopped working. Why? Oh, probably if anything is wrong, it's wrong inside the console. Unexpected token. That's me, that's stupid. Where is that? Line number 4. So, where is that unexpected token? Unexpected token. Oh, come on! I used wrong parentheses. Wow. So bad. So now it works. But with undefined for some reason. So let's see why it is undefined. Alert, result URL, select, execute command, copy. So why is it undefined? Result URL. Oh, that's undefined because we didn't put the hashtag there again. Hashtag stupid. All right. Almost. Almost got it. So why doesn't it work now? Weird. Let's unhide it again so that we can use it right away. Undefined. Well, that's something. That's not undefined. Huh. So apparently result URL is empty. Maybe I'm using the wrong methods. Great, it stopped working again. So we got document here. Oh, we executed on the document, not Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. 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 Document. Will that work? That's something. Don't have anything there, so document, execute command is selected. Huh. Anyway, guys, that was it for today's tutorial. Even if we couldn't do the even if we weren't able to make the copy to clipboard functionality, I have never done it, and that was just an experiment for me, guys, to see if we'll be able to do that relatively fast. But as you can see, let's shorten yandex.ru. As you can see, our URL shortener works, and even if we copy and paste that URL to our web browser, it actually redirects us to the right website. So yeah, we have an emoji URL shortener. How cool is that? In like 4 hours or so. And the next session is going to be entirely about how to deploy this thing out to the internet, how to get it up and running on a server, and that's basically it, guys. So I'm really glad you all came here to watch this tutorial, but everything good ends, right? The only thing I'd like to ask you guys is to always stay awesome, bros. Alright, everybody, the live stream is gone, and yeah, we don't have any frames dropped. If you'll experience any issues with either the video or audio, let me know in the comments. And yeah, today we're going to go through the third part of the tutorial about how to get a URL shortener up and live in 6 hours or so. So on the first session we talked about how to create a backend. Yeah, how to set up the environment in the backend. Just wanna hear my voice, if it's alright, or if the music is too loud. It's fine. I'll get it down anyways. And yeah, so on the first session we built the backend. We set up the database. On the second session we've been building frontend with web page localization. I'll show you how it looks like shortly. And today we are going to deploy the app to DigitalOcean probably. We'll set up the virtual private server, continuous integration, a lightweight framework, completely free continuous integration, and we'll set up DNS and SSL so that, you know, we look like serious guys using HTTPS instead of HTTP. Hello, X guy, and Alexei, I can't pronounce your name, sorry. Alright, so that's what we have here. We got, let's head straight to the folder of our project, which is Shorty, here. And I recently watched a couple of tutorials about React Native and React in general, React.js, and the guy was keeping all the code samples in /code, so yeah, I use it. No webcam today. Yeah, unfortunately, no webcam today. Sorry guys. But I mean, you're not here for the webcam, right? You're here for the material I can give you. So anyways, we are inside the folder here. We'll boot up our server with nodemon just like we did before, and look at that, looks like our Mongo database doesn't work, so we'll quickly boot it up. I boot it up as a sudo on my Mac machine. It's not the right way to do that, but it's the easy and dirty way to do it. The clean and fast way. The dirty and fast way to do it. And at localhost 3000 we now have our app that shortens URLs. That's what it does. We probably should turn off my Telegram. And yeah, that's what we built with, obviously with English Russian versions. And it works. We can copy. And that's basically it. So today we are going to deploy it to the live server, and in order to do that I'll use DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean.com. Let me log in. I have a couple of accounts here, and I'll use the one that I use for my kind of side projects. And we'll create a new droplet. Emails delayed. Alright. DigitalOcean emails are delayed. So yep, usually I put up single image like Ubuntu here 16.04, which is the stable release, and I'll start with the cheapest droplet here. I don't want to have anything too expensive for the sake of this tutorial, but you can pick up anything. Usually what I do, I scale up my droplets as it gets more and more popular. Other than that, I don't like to pay money to DigitalOcean when I don't need to pay it. And yeah, Google, welcome to this room, welcome back. And yeah, so I'm not adding any block storage because our application is super small and Mongo database doesn't take much space. Choosing a data center region, obviously you can put up multiple droplets in different regions, but I'll just go with San Francisco second droplets. Oh, wait a minute. I'll go with, yeah, San Francisco second, because I'll be able to add block storage later if I'll need more space. There are multiple options like private networking, backups, IPv6, user data and monitoring. Private networks are great. Those are the things that allow you to create some kind of local network between your droplets. For example, if you have a droplet with Backend and a droplet with Mongo database or any database of choice, yeah, you can connect them in local database, and there will be way less latency rather than your backend server going to the internet, connecting to your database server, and so on. You don't want to have that. And we are going to keep both Mongo database and our backend on the same server, so we don't need private networking. However, I will be using my SSH key. You've just seen the public key. You can do nothing with it, alright. But anyways, So that's my SSH key. That's the thing I use to SSH to my server, so remotely connect to it to execute commands on the server in my terminal locally. And I'll just call it, I'll probably call it just Shorty. That's fine, and I'll create one droplet in San Francisco, $5 a month. That should be fine, and Ubuntu 16.04. As easy as that. Just click on a button, that's it. While it's building, I'll open up my terminal. I'll rearrange my windows slightly. Also, that's a cool feature that I like. A cool feature that's the reason why I probably always use iTerm too. The vertical split screen. I'm pretty sure you can do it with the usual terminal. But yeah, should be fine. Should be fine with iTerm. DigitalOcean takes some time to boot up a new droplet. And as soon as you get the droplet, you can get the IP address. That is going to be the IP address of your domain, of your web server, where you will point your domain. So I already registered a domain for today's service. Well, I actually registered it 2 days ago. Let me sign in to my GoDaddy website. And look at my domains. I should have the necessary domain here. That's it. So that's the domain we are looking for. In a sense, that's not a domain. Domain doesn't look like that. Domain will look something like fire unicorn.ws. That's how the domain is going to look like. And then we are going to shorten URLs later on, like that. That's it. Okay, guys. So setting up virtual private machine, we just did it. We set it up on DigitalOcean. It's a relatively simple process. We now have a virtual machine somewhere in San Francisco. We copy the IP address and we'll SSH there. SSH is probably the how do you call it? It's the way to execute commands on the remote server. And I'll start as a root user here. Yeah. Alright. But the very first thing you'll need to do is to set up the locale files. But I will do it later if you'll feel the need to do that. So what we'll do, we'll set up the Mongo database here. And there is a guide on DigitalOcean blog about how to set up a Mongo database. How to install Mongo database on Ubuntu 16.04. And Ubuntu 16.04 is the one we're using right now. So first, you add the assigned GPG keys here, and so that you know, to the bottom, I'm already inside my server in San Francisco. So whatever I execute in the bottom terminal will be executed in San Francisco. So I will allow getting Mongo database out of that. Which frameworks do you use else in JS? Well, I kind of use Node.js mean stack with Express.js, but Recently started to use React.JS, played with Angular slightly, but that's pretty much it. So we'll execute those commands line by line, and I'll add that guide to our web file so that you guys have an access to it. What we did here, we updated our repositories for software on Ubuntu, and now we are going to install Mongo database. Again, this all happens in San Francisco. The power of the internet. So our Mongo database is installed right now. What we'll do, we'll boot up our Mongo database as the service on our machine. And Nana is a basic text editor. What I did, it created a file at etc, etc, systemd system/mongodb.service. Whatever file is there with the extension service in that folder is going to be a new service. In a sense, it's a small app that is going to boot up on start of your system. So if you reboot your droplet, MongoDB will start automatically, and if it crashes, it restarts. That's what it is. It has a configuration file. Configuration file is pretty simple, pretty short. Just says that this service is going to be boot up after we get connection to the network under the MongoDB user, and it will be executed quietly with configuration being at etc mongot.config, and it's wanted by probably all the users on this machine. So I'll do Ctrl+X. Yes, I am going to write it, and then I'll put it up. System control. Wait. I'll first change the configuration of our Mongo database. We got the storage, DB path, journal, path, and we'll need to change the bind IP. Otherwise, we will not be able to access it from the outside world. So what we'll do, we'll add our droplet IP here as one of the IP addresses, Internet Protocol addresses, to connect to this database. So we'll be able to connect to this database either when it sits on localhost, or remotely by using this URL. We'll save it. And now we can actually enable our service. And you work with services in Ubuntu through system control. It's systemctl. We can try to check status of our MongoDB service. And it says that it's a schema-free, document-oriented database. That's the description we put in the config file. And it says that it's disabled and inactive, which means that. So let's enable it. Unless it's enabled, it will not be rebooted when crashed, and it will not go on with the system initialization. So what we'll do, we'll enable it, and now every single time the service will crash, it will be rebooted. If we reboot our system, this service will be booted up again. We will do status here. It says that it's still inactive or dead, so we need to do system control, start MongoDB, and now when we'll do status, it says that it's active, everything is good, and yeah. So let's open up Mongo Chef, an ultimate tool to explore both the local and remote databases in Mongo. Well, it's booting up. Let's see if we are missing anything. Nope. looks like we enabled all the services. We don't want to enable firewall yet. And while it's booting up, we'll take our domain name and we'll transfer it to Cloudflare. We are transferring it to Cloudflare just in case, because Cloudflare provides us with pretty good DDoS attack protection. As well as it's pretty easy to manage DNS services with it. Way easier than GoDaddy. So I usually just transfer all of my domains at premium. No, I don't want a premium DNS. I just want to manage the DNS of this domain. Oh, come on. So you'll get to my domains. You see that it's pretty unobvious how to use domain names here. So I'll get to my domain name on GoDaddy, and I will change my DNS. And yeah, that's why I transfer all of my DNS data to Cloudflare, because it's so much easier to manage it there. So we go to my products, I suppose, open up domain, and should be on the third page. But yeah, so you can see we'll try to manage DNS. Please work. DNS management, manage template. Oh, I don't quite want to manage templates. Again, create DNS templates to store sets of DNS information that you can easily apply to domain names. Okay. Cloudflare, probably. Let's call Cloudflare template name, because I didn't have any other option, did I? Alright. Oh, okay, so I need to provide the DNS records there, but I just want to get the DNS out of GoDaddy. Alright, so .ws fire unicorn.ws manage templates doesn't work. Let's go back to my products. Am I doing anything wrong? I'm opening up domains, going to our domain name. Let's go to domain settings first, because if you go to manage DNS, it doesn't allow us to change name service, and that's what we need to do. Change name service. Manage DNS. Okay. And as soon as we go to manage DNS, an empty screen pops up. That just doesn't look right. And I need to do it as soon as possible, because I want it to be resolved by the end of this tutorial. Domain log. Login prevents unauthorized changes, including transfer to another register. Manage DNS. And gives me an empty page. That doesn't look promising at all. You know what? Maybe this page is full of ads, so I'll just stop running my ad block here. Nope, it's just an empty page. Let's look at page source. Yeah. Oh, alright. So something should be visible here. GoDaddy just doesn't want to show me that. Something should be visible, but it's not. Let's see if anything is on. Yeah, failed to load resource. Server responded with 404. Not found. Cool. Alright. Expired or invalid parameter. Expired token. Let's reload it. Looks like something is loading, and it's not loading. And the worst thing about it is that at some point this error, this thing will go away, and there won't be any issues there. But anyways, so let's add site. Let's add website. It's going to be our shorty website, which is how's that called? So we have fire, we have unicorn.ws. You'll get that, and we'll take it to our name. Must be a valid domain name. Okay. Batch request, invalid host name. Alright, so we'll use our usual Unicode. Enter a valid website name. I don't like it at all. Alright, so looks like we cannot host our emoji URLs at Cloudflare. Fine. So we'll point at our domain name right from, and you know, GoDaddy's user interface is so inconsistent. Keep seeing something similar to what I've seen before, but so use my domain. Okay, I want to use it. Connect to an existing website. Forward to any site. I don't want to forward. I want to set up DNS. Oh, that's why I don't like GoDaddy. My domains, DNS. Just doesn't load, does? У меня есть набор action, который парсит страницы. Мне надо запустить все параллельно и по завершению получить результат. Как это сделать? Гляди в промисы, которые парсит страницы. Да, гляди в промисы. Promises all, в частности. But yeah, let's go to my products. I've seen templates somewhere here, so let's try to find templates. Пожалуйста, пожалуйста. Manage DNS. Templates were right there, right? So if we open it up, it should show us templates. Manage templates. Let's call it differently, not Cloudflare, but DigitalOcean probably. Save. And let's point our A level host, which is our main app, TTL. It's going to be, well, seriously, it has to be automatic, but anyways. So what we'll do here, we'll take our IP address of our droplet, and we'll make the main record at our DNS of our domain name to point at our IP address. Let's save it. Fine, it works. DNS management. That's our WS. Advanced features. Manage templates. Alright, so did I just use it, or enter your domains to apply template? I can't remember my domain name. It was fire unicorn.ws. Apply template? Success. Your DNS template was applied to a Alright. So far, our template was applied to our custom domain, which means that we'll be able to point our custom domain to the DigitalOcean droplet. But anyways, we did set up the shorty Mongo database with the bind IPs. We will probably need to restart MongoDB service. Let's check if it still works. It does. And we should be able to connect to it. Let's call this shorty. Let's add a server to it. And it doesn't have authentication yet. So we'll connect to shorty. And look at that. We are connected. Then at shorty, we're going to add database, which is going to be called shorty. So that's our shorty DigitalOcean droplets, our Mongo database there. Create a database called shorty. Let's manage users. And let's create a user. Let's call it shorty. Let's generate a password. That password should be good. I'll probably get... yeah, that password should be good. We'll use that password here. Ooh. We'll grant some roles. In our case, will be DB admin, DB owner, read write, user admin. So we basically granted all the roles to our user, but you will need to apply roles selectively, obviously. And now we can connect to our database shorty. We'll edit our connection. We'll be able to connect to the standard authentication to the shorty database with a particular password, and we have shorty name in a shorty database. Save. So right now we should be able to disconnect from our shorty database here and connect to it again using our credentials, and it works. Then what we'll do, we'll change our configuration. We'll actually change our service config file of Mongo. And instead of just launching our MongoDB, and again, exec start is the exact command that is going to be executed when you need to start this server, when you need to start this service, we'll add out flag here, which will disallow unauthenticated connections. Let's close it. As easy as that. We restart our MongoDB. Oh, it says that MongoDB is changed on disk. It's smart enough to see that. So we'll reload our daemon and restart MongoDB. And we'll check if it still works. It does. Alright, so we just set up our database, our remote database on the DigitalOcean droplet. Then we should set up our web server. We shall set up our web service up there, right? Let me quickly have a look at what do we have in our database. Where do we connect? Looks like we connect to localhost shorty, which is great. We will be using .env variables for that instead. So let's make use of .env variables. And that's another framework that you can use. We'll do npm install safe .env. Well, basically that's the framework that makes all the environment variables work well. We'll also add .env file to gitignore. Like that. And you'll create a .env file. Use dots. Then we are going to add db URL environment variables. Environment variables are usually used as a way to set up some data on a particular machine. So .env file is going to be different on my machine here locally and in San Francisco. My .env file here will just make our database to connect to localhost. MongoDB. I'll just copy paste it. That's how we are going to use it. So locally here, my DB URL is going to point at localhost. However, let's do process.env. That's how we get environment variables DB URL. However, .env file is going to be different, and that's why I don't track it with Git. It's going to be different on our server. Alrighty then. What else should we do? We should probably set up the node on our Ubuntu, because if we run which node, it's not going to come up, because node has still not been installed on our web server. So that we don't jump around with .env files, I'll open up .env file of my Bitcoin draw. Should be good. Bitcoin draw frontend. I think I have .env file there. App.js. I'll get the .env, copy it. That's all I need here. So .env file, .env module should be. It should be required as soon as possible. And what I did here, I required .env file, which loaded all the environment variables from .env file, and we set up the path name there. Because if you run your node from a separate folder, which you're going to be doing if you are using default Ubuntu services, it's better to provide not relative but absolute routes to paths to all of your dependencies. If you just do .env like that, it would still work. It would work locally on your machine, but it will give you some issues on Ubuntu server side. So we loaded up our .env. Let's check if it works. If it works now, and yes, it works. Which node? So we need to install a node to our Ubuntu. Ubuntu 16.04 install, and let's install Node version manager instead of just installing, raw nodes. I feel like DigitalOcean has tutorials for all the possible things. So it asks us to install Node.js. Let's install it through nvm, Node version manager. We'll first update all the repositories, then we will install essential for building libs, in particular libssl. Yeah, let's use 154 megabytes of space here. We'll need to make sure that we are still in the folder that's accessible by us, so we can both write and read to it or from it. Let's go, let's get the install, and we will install the what's up. What should we do here? And inspect the installation script with Nano. No, I'm not going to install it, I'm not going to inspect it, I'm just going to run it. It will install the software in the subdirectory of your home directory at nvm. It will also add the necessary lines to your profile file to use the file, source profile after that. Obviously we'll do that. We'll list remotes. We can also do each nvm now. Doesn't work. nvm list remote works though. Let's stop it. And we just want to install the latest Node version. which is done by doing nvm install node version manager. Install latest probably. Let's have a look at what's the latest Node.js. NX 6.10.1. 6.10.1. 6.10.1. Let's install it. NVM does everything for us. We don't have to worry about anything. And now we can do nvm list. It will list us all the node versions that I installed here and the one that is picked by default. And if we do which node, you'll see where the node exists now. Yeah, we can also do which npm node package manager, which is installed here as well. What we'll do, we'll go to cd home, and we are going to install our project right here. What we'll do, we'll set up a small continuous integration tool called nodecd. But before we do, we'll clone it anyways right away because we are going to use it later. So we take the HTTPS link here, we'll do git clone. That folder is clones to node/cd, node-cd, and we now have node-cd repository right here. And node-cd is a small node app that we are going to run as a service here that is going to listen to webhooks from GitHub. And as soon as it receives a webhook at GitHub, it is going to it is going to run a bash script. And as you may have guessed already, bash script is going to update the git pull on our shorty folder and restart the service. Probably it will rebuild the dependencies as well. And then it will send us a small Telegram call that everything is done. Alright, so we got shorty here. What we are going to do with it? Clone, contributors, branch, pull requests. We are going to clone it with SSH. But before we do that, we will go to the settings, our profile settings. And we'll need to set up SSL connections, SSL key with our GitHub. So we go to settings. I do it for all of my servers, so that servers can access my GitHub repositories, all the private GitHub repositories. SSH key without password, because if you'll need to enter a password every single time when you do continuous integration, it's not continuous integration anymore. It's semi-automatic where it should be automatic. So let's add a new SSH key. I'm pretty sure there is a SSH key generator here about SSH, generating new SSH, and adding it to SSH agent. We'll just need this. Yeah, we'll just need to run this command. And my GitHub address looks like that. Yeah, let's save it right there. Let's do empty path phrase. And we have public key now, which is the one that we are going to use at GitHub. So we'll get it. We have our public key, which we are going to use here. And our public key is going to be called, well, let's call it shorty, which is shorty backend. We can call it shorty server. Because I suffix all of my SSH keys with it. Cool. So now if I do git clone through SSL path of my private repository, oh, it's public. Shouldn't have done the SSH part, but anyways, you get the idea. If you get the private repository, you'll be able to add your SSH key there. So let's clone our repository through SSH, and we already have node/-cd, node-cd project here. We are going to also git clone our shorty project. Yes, accept it. ls, and now we have our shorty right there, where we can go through cd shorty, ls, and as you can see, there is no .env file there yet. What I'll do here, I'll push my changes at .env, and I created that small snippet called commit and push cap, which is basically doing git add dot, git commit whatever message is written here, and git push. That's all it does. What I'll do here, I'll do git pull, and that's probably what our script is going to be doing. So we pulled our repository. That worked well. Then we'll do touch. Oh, actually, we don't need to touch. We can do nano right away. Nano.env. We are getting our environment file here. We'll go to our Mongo chef, and we need to get the shorty password. You'll get it. I'll change passwords after that, so you won't be able to hijack it. So we got the same .env file as we had before, with probably the same URL. Let me remove it. With the only thing that differs being the authentication part. We do shorty password at localhost. So we just create our .env file. And now we can run node. We don't have nodemon, so we'll run node app.js. It will not work because we don't have any modules. We'll need to install all the modules. So we'll do npm I. Alright, all of our modules are installed, and we can run our app on server in San Francisco. Oh, node app.js does nothing. We have to run node bin/www. Server is up and listening on port 3000. Let's see if it actually works. We get our URL here, and we add port 3000 there. And look at that, it works. Let's shorten a URL. Hello. No, HTTP. Hello.com. Shorten. And we got it. But look at that, for some reason we have localhost 3000 instead of, you know, our awesome IP there. How to fix it? Well, we'll probably have to fix it somehow. Views, roots. Let's do hard fix. Let's just change it in index.hjs, and let's get our domain name, actually IP address up there. So we changed it in one place, and then we also need to change it in another. I think it's in public JavaScript scripts and somewhere here. Nope. I think it's in roots address. Nope. Index. Yep. Right here. We changed. Full URL. So we save it. Let's do shorty, commit and push, change URL. Let's call it base URL. We could also use process.env variables here, but I'm not using it for the simplicity of this tutorial. I'll just hardcode values. What we'll do on our server though, we will do git pull, because it's a separate machine, and we'll run our server again. Then, when getting to the same page and shorten the URL, let's shorten Nikita.ru, that's my first name. Ooh, look at that. We still get the local host. But why? That is weird indeed. http nikita.co. Shorten. Localhost. Weird. So we got the full URL, find long address, full URL. Oh, we didn't do it in the right place. I actually created a couple of other files that I didn't tell you about. The first one is being shorten file. I just modified it so that we never have duplicates. What it does, it tries to generate a new URL until it gets the unique one. Get short URL. You'll be able to look at it in GitHub later. So we get the short URL, and how do we get it? We get it through get short URL through generator, and generator is our function here, and our base URL is going to be changed to whatever is in whatever IP address we are using, like that one. Copy here, save it. Let's change the base URL. Let's do git pull and restart our server. But even if it works, let's shorten URL, google.com. Even if it works right now, and it even works, I mean, it redirects all the things, right? Even if it works, we still have an issue, because every single time I push a new commit to my GitHub, it doesn't go live automatically. So we'll set up a simple continuous integration tool to do that. We have here link is ready. It works. And everything is great. It's already live. You can use it. But let's make it the way that we don't have to first restart our app manually. Let's create a service, and I also had a service somewhere there. Let's get the service of our I think you can go to one of my most recent apps that I've built. Well, we can just go to the one that I'm working on right now. You can check it out in my other project section. But let's name at system controller service. Let's go up there. Let's see how it looks like. A simple service that boots up after MongoDB service is ready, because we cannot run our application without our Mongo database working. And it executes Node. And that's how easy it is. So let's create such service on our server as well. So let's do nana. Let's do nana, etc. systemd system, and let's call this shorty.service. Again, whatever is with the service extension, whatever file is there, will be ran as a service. And let's change it slightly. Instead of running home deploy controller bin www, we will run home shorty bin www. Let's close it up. Let's close it. Now we can do system control status shorty, and we'll save it. It will say that there is such server, which is great. So let's enable it so that it gets boots up. It boots up after we reboot our server, and if it crashes, we enable it, and let's start it. Let's get it started. Let's check if it still works. It failed for some reason. Let's see why doesn't it work. Let's start it just in case. Let's see status. Let's see why doesn't it work. And I usually use journal control for that. It's journal CTL. Then we do -u, which stands for unit, shorty, and E flag, which stands for and. Let's see why it failed. Probably we didn't specify the right name for node. So let's grab the node name here. And let's name it to the same service as well. Yeah, we don't have node right there, because if we try to execute anything there, it won't work, because we installed our node with node version manager, and that's the place where node exists. We'll save this service. We'll try to start shorty. Obviously it doesn't work because we changed the shorty. Let's start it again, and let's do the status shorty. And yeah, it works. So shorty works. And if we relaunch our app here, it still works on our IP address. And fortunately, if GoDaddy works, we'll be able to do it through Fire unicorn.ws at 3000. And that doesn't quite work yet. Well, it takes some time for DNS to resolve, for the A record to finally point from a domain name to IP address. So we'll not get mad at GoDaddy yet. We'll go mad at it because it didn't get us enough functionality. So we have shorty here on the internet, which is running. And even better, if I reboot my server like that, obviously I will lose connection because there is nothing to connect to. Because, you know, because it reboots. We can now SSH to that again, because it rebooted. It says that it can't set the locale. Make sure LC and lang are correct. We will set them in a second. And if we restart our refresh our page, it will still work. So even after we rebooted our droplet, it still opens up our application, which means that our node application started. And indeed, if we do system control status at shorty, it will say that it's active and running. Alright, so we've set up our application as a service on Ubuntu. The last thing we need to do is to set up continuous integration right there. Yeah, probably that's the last thing we need to do. So that as soon as we push our code to the GitHub sends a webhook. And to access all the webhooks of your repository, go to settings, webhooks. Accesses webhook, sends a webhook action to our server, and our server runs bash script through node cd. So let's try it. It doesn't hurt, I mean. Alright, so server is up and running on port 3000. We will go to cd on our server. We will go to cd home node cd. That's the module that is going to run a simple node application that is going to run bash scripts whenever needed. So we have node cd. We'll do npm I to install all the dependencies of it. Also, as I remember, node cd would ask us to change change our access attributes to the files that are going to be executed. In our case, it's Bitbucket, Contentful, or GitHub. In our case, it's going to be GitHub for sure. Right, well, while all the dependencies are getting installed, we'll wait for it. We have time. By the way, if you open up the short database, it will show us the addresses that they already put up. Yeah, like that. Okay. Yeah, npm install is still running. We'll have to change a couple of things here, for sure. But let's set up the webhook. Well, the webhook. We add the webhook. We get our droplet. And we add the webhook. HTTP, our droplet, add port. (61,440) /GitHub. Yeah, just send me the push event. That's fine. So yep, it doesn't work yet because we didn't run it yet. So let's wait for... Oh, dependencies are already installed. So we can do node. src index. Alright. So npm I didn't work apparently. Let's do it again. Yeah, it killed something. I mean, npm I should work all the time. Maybe a file was corrupted while it's being downloaded. Yeah. Oh no, it got killed again. So let's do ls, and we'll see that, well, node modules exist, which is great. So maybe let's do node src index.js again. And it says we cannot find module express. So that's weird. So why doesn't npm install work? npm I doesn't work. Let's try npm install. Maybe that's the issue. But I is just an ls for install, so it shouldn't be the issue. Much deprecated. It fetches, it extracts underscore. We've already seen it. There might be the case that we are using too much resources on our node, but nah, shouldn't be the case. Because as soon as a particular app in Node uses too much memory space, for example, or RAM, it kills the process. And in our case, I feel like it killed the npm process multiple times so far. Well, it extracts ESLint, which is great. It still works, still goes on and on. That's Google npm killed anyways. npm killed because extract goes before. Oh, wait a minute. It already passed the scope, which probably means that it should be good. Still works. Let me go to our droplet here. You'll probably see that it's still creating. Our CPU usage was very high because npm module sometimes requires too much resources. Alright. Now we can finally launch our index.js. And that's what happens when we run our app. As soon as we send the webhook, so let's open up this webhook, which is push, I suppose. Or just ping. No, push. Push and yeah. We'll redeliver this payload, and it looks like it worked. And we've got our payload here. What we'll do next? We'll modify this framework slightly. We will go to config.js, and we are going to change the root of our github.sh, because it shouldn't be relative, it should be absolute in our case, because we will run this app as the small server as a service. So it will be at home nodecd github.sh, just like that. We'll save it. Then we will name the github.sh, and that's the place where the magic will happen. I'll go to my controller here, and I'll name it as well. Home, deploy, controller. Actually, not controller, but nodecd. And GitHub. GitHub, I said. And that's how it will look like. We'll take it out there. We'll close our controller. We don't need it anymore, and we'll get it here. It's just a bash script, which means that we'll execute each command right after another. So what we'll do, we'll head to home, shorty, we'll pull origin master, we'll remove node modules, we'll install them again, and you know what, we will not remove them. Let's get rid of that, and we will restart the shorty service. So every single time when we push a change, it will also notify us about it. You know what? I'm going to get to another service of mine. SSH root at bot.arbitebot.com, and again I can SSH to all of those web servers without password and login, just because I set up the proper SSL and SSH keys there. So here I will name home how's that called? Ban of bot, I suppose. Deploy ban of bot, and can't exactly remember that. Or maybe nodecd GitHub. Yeah, just like that. And I'll grab this curl statement. Ooh, it's a pretty long curl statement. I will grab it like that, And iTerm, another cool feature of iTerm is that as soon as you select something, it's getting copied. It's a simple curl request, like that, that is going to send me a Telegram message. Instead of doing benofbot, I'll say shorty. And I'll add shorty emoticons here, emoji here, like that. And now it says shorty has been successfully deployed through Telegram. Alright, so let's incorporate it here. Curl. Ooh. Curl. That. So as soon as everything works well, it will curl and send us a Telegram message. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now we will also set up the service for Node CD. Systemd. System. We'll go to shorty service. We'll use probably the same thing, but we will call it Node CD instead. Node CD service, so that it runs all the time. Starts after MongoDB, why not? And instead of running home shorty, it is going to do home node CD src index.js. And that's how it will run. We will do system control enable node CD service, and then we will do system control start node CD. System control status node CD. Misspelled the system control, and it looks like it's working, which means that the next time we'll push something to the GitHub, it is going to send a webhook to our server. Let's do it. Let's change something. What can we change? Well, let's change the URLs to our short URLs, right? Instead. So what we'll do here, our main URL is going to be HTTPS, and SSL is another thing that we're going to talk about today. .ws, and that's our base URL that we are going to use everywhere. So we'll take that. We'll go to our shorten, has nothing to do with it. In our index, we have some stuff to do with it, like this one. Let's put it right there. Let's get rid of it. Index, and inside our index we will also change the main root, like that. Save it. And yeah, just like that. Cool. All right, so let's commit and push. Change base URL to that guy. We'll run it. So we pushed it to master, which triggered a webhook event. Look at that, that's the second event here. Checkbox to the left means that our Node CD server returns success to it. And let's see if it actually worked. Looks like it did receive a request down there. But if we cd to shorty and do git status, will it be the latest one? How can we check it? Well, we'll probably just get, oh, maybe Nina. Views. Index.js, Hogan.js. Let's see if it's changed here. It is not changed yet. Huh, which means that something went wrong. And I actually experienced the same thing with another service that I used. Let's SSH there. Don't quite remember how I fixed it, but we'll figure it out. Nano, home. I think it was in roots. Let's cd there. Cd home deploy node. We'll ls the sources. We will cd to sources. We will ls roots. There it is, Bitbucket. We'll nano roots GitHub. I think I changed something here. Like payload.ref. I think it was payload.payload. Yeah. For some reason we have to do payload.payload. So we'll get straight to it. Let's try to do nano. Let's cd back. Cd to node. Cd. We'll nano src roots GitHub. And let's see how payloads, what payload is. Payload is the thing that gets sent here. And fortunately, if everything is alright, we will be checking the payload.ref, which is going to be the payload here. But for some reason, with the newest version of Node, sometimes that just doesn't work. And payloads have to be accessed through another reference, like not just payload.ref, but payload.payload.ref. Or maybe differently. Can't quite remember it. Alright. So how did I change it? Let's console log. Payloads. Let's just console log. Payloads. Let's save it. Let system control stop node cd service, and we'll run it ourselves. Nano, actually node src index.js. So we run it, we redeliver the payloads. Sometimes you have to debug it, guys. This sent, and we got the payload logged in. And it looks like we have to go another way to go to payload, and that looks like a string to me. So what we will do, we will nano github.js again, and instead of just checking the payloads, let's create a variable. Payloads equals to payloads.payloads, and we are going to parse it through JSON. PLD, and then here, instead of checking the PLD ref, payload ref, we are going to check PLD ref. So yep, sometimes you have to do some tweaking of code straight in your server, unfortunately. Just like that, it works. Let's restart system control, start node cd. Let's restart this service. Let's redeliver the payload, and this time we should be able to receive a response from server, and we should be able to reinstall everything after pulling the newest code from GitHub repository. Give it some time. Alright, so for some reason it still didn't work. Instead of doing that, we'll stop this node.js service, we will run it ourselves. We'll first name the github.js again, and we will see how it looks like. The PLD here. Let's do console log PLD, just like that. Let's run this service. Let's redeliver. Yes, redeliver this payload. It got right there. And it looks like this time we are able to access the ref. There's going to be refs heads master. Alright. So we'll name it again. We'll check if. So we get payloads. Then payload.ref. Ref heads master. Let's do payload.ref this time. We debug it right away, right in the server. I'm proud of myself. Not enough. Permission denied. Did we... Did we change the... No, we didn't. Oh, come on. So we forgot to change the permissions to the files that we're going to use. They aren't accessible by our node script. We'll do that. We'll name our GitHub again. We will remove the line with payloads, and I'm using console log. I'm using Control K to remove the whole line. We'll run it as a server, so system control as a service. System control starts node.cd service works. Let's quickly log status. It works, and now if we redeliver our payload through webhook, it says that Shortener has been successfully deployed, because that's what it is. It was successfully deployed. So now every single time when I commit new changes, it will instantly appear at our web service. So yeah guys, I just taught you how to boot up the simplest continuous integration ever without paying a single dollar to those guys. Let's try to get to our server now through fire unicorn.ws. And it says batch request invalid hostname. Why is it invalid? Feel like I was fooled with those guys when they sold me this domain name. It says domain name is invalid. But why? The request host name is invalid. Alrighty then, let's do 3000 then. Will it still say that it's an invalid host name? Feel like it should. Let's add HTTP prior to it. Wow. Why did I even bother buying this domain name? Too bad. Doesn't work. So what else can we do? Or maybe it's not even the domain name I'm looking for. Maybe I'm not using the right domain name. Maybe mine is different. My products. Domains. Oh, this UI looks so old to me. Where is it? 11 domain names. So that's it. XN. But that's exactly right. Why is it invalid? Emoji URL invalid. Hostname 400. GoDaddy problem. Just need to wait a few days. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we have to wait a few days for the DNS to resolve. Oh, that's too bad. But anyways, even if we have to wait for a few days for the DNS to be resolved, it is still up and running on our IP address. And as soon as the domain gets resolved at GoDaddy, we'll be able to use exactly the same thing as before. The only thing that's different, that is going to be different, is... So let's get that. So you see it goes to hosted DOM. The only thing that is going to be different is going to be the Nginx setup with SSL. But there are plenty of tutorials on the internet how to add SSL to your website, which is HTTPS. And there is a wonderful website called Let's Encrypt. It basically gives you 3 HTTPS certificates. And they also have Certbot here, which is a small software that allows you to basically generate all the certificates you need automatically. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this series of tutorials, guys. We built a simple URL shortener. Just like that. You know what? So that you are completely sure that everything works, let me add a link to Shorty on the bottom. Maybe not the Shorty. Where should I add a link? Something. Let me add a couple of emojis here, so that you see that as soon as we push, let me add that emoji and that emoji. So as soon as we push our code to the GitHub repository, it will instantly issue a webhook which will trigger the redeploy of the server. And you can see that yes, it has been redeployed. And that's basically it for this series of tutorials, guys. Thank you a lot for being here. Thank you a lot for watching me struggle with all those technologies. and I hope it helps you to understand Node.js and some of the front-end stuff better, and about how to deploy a server. As you see, in 6 hours, you can pretty much create a fully working web service that has multiple languages, that is error-prone, I think, error-resistant, right? And yeah, it's just fun to use. I think I am going to use it a lot later on. Yeah. As soon as my domain gets resolved, finally. Because that doesn't look good. Yep. Let's try our third boat. Anyways, let's try to see if it might work. Let's try to create a SSL certificate. Maybe the reason why it says unresolved domain is because maybe the reason is because we didn't set up the SSL right. Let's install the servbot. Yeah, continue. And we got servbots only, standalone. I usually use standalone here. And we just run those commands one by one to obtain the certificate. And let's use our domain name. Which is that one. Just like that. Nope. I accidentally added lots of HTTP things here. We don't want to have those. We just want to have domain name. Email address. That's my usual email address. Agree. Yeah, why not? So it starts HTTPS connection. What it does, it creates a web service here. Oh, it failed to fuse it. So what it does, it creates a small server. It boots it up here. That listens to the verification, and then it tries to verify that this server exists at that particular URL. And if so, it means you have authority, and it will generate you certificates. But it looks like DNS still didn't go through yet, and our DNS isn't pointing from GoDaddy to our IP address just yet. Let me have a look one more time at the DNSs of my WS domain. Alright, so it just logged me out. Cool. And let's manage DNS. I feel like so. And it still doesn't work. Cool though. Domains. All domains. We'll have DNS management here. No? Never mind then. It should come in a couple of days.